The river sang its endless song beneath the gray sky, the banks swollen with spring's melt, and the first stirrings of green trembling on the willows. At River Run's parapet, Catelyn Stark stood wrapped in her fur-lined mantle, the wind tugging at auburn hair as she gazed north. Not toward Winterfell, though her heart ached in that direction, but east to the uncertain road that would soon take her away from the Tully seat. Her hands, stiff with cold and memory, clutched a letter from Sansa in King's Landing. The girl's words were polite, rehearsed, and hollow with fear. Behind her, footsteps hesitated, then drew nearer. Catelyn did not turn, but she felt the weight of the silence. She'd heard that step for years in Winterfell's halls. Theon Greyjoy, lighter on his feet than Robb, never quite able to disguise his restlessness or his need to please. "My lady," he said, and the wind snatched the words as soon as they left his mouth. "Come here, Theon." He obeyed, wary, clutching his cloak close. His face, so eager to be liked when he was a boy, was now shadowed with new hollows, a smudge of stubble along the sharpness of his jaw. He looked older than his years, older even than Robb, though Robb now wore a crown and the weight of the North. Theon's eyes, quick and blue as the sea, sought her face. Catelyn saw how they darted away, braced for condemnation. "The maester says the river will flood by week's end," she said, testing the air. "Yes, my lady. The men are moving stores to the upper cellars, and you have helped." He stiffened, a flash of pride wounded. "I can lift a barrel for all I am my father's son." Catelyn drew a breath, tasting salt behind the dam of her words. "You are also my son's brother. That matters here, Theon. It will matter more, I think, in days to come." He flinched, but not as if struck. As if she had offered a hand where he expected only a lash. "My lady," he faltered, shaking his head. "I don't belong anywhere. You know it. I am the ward of your house, a wolf among lions, a kraken chained in fresh water. Robb trusts me, but the men do not. Even the small folk glare as if I'll rob them of their daughters or burn their boats. You are Theon Greyjoy of Pike, but you have lived among us for half your life," she said, voice low and strong. "And now we have word that Balon Greyjoy stirs on the Iron Islands. I have no love for your father, but I do not blame the son for the father's sins." He stared at her, incredulous. She moved closer, letting the cold wind catch her tears before they fell. "Theon, when Ned first brought you to Winterfell, I looked at you and saw only a hostage, a proof of war. But you laughed at Bran's jokes. You gave Arya her first lesson in archery. She never told you, but she boasted of it to Sansa for weeks. You are a part of us, as much as a Greyjoy may be. And now, I believe you must choose who you are, before your father chooses for you." The silence thickened. Theon bowed his head. When he spoke, his voice was rough. "You forgive me then, for being what I am." She placed her hand atop his, firm and maternal. "I forgive you for what you could not help. And I ask you now to forgive yourself, to stand with us, truly." She felt the tremor in him, rage, longing, the storm of an unloved boy. His voice, when it returned, was softer, but clearer. "I would, my lady, if you'll have me." River Run's banners flapped overhead, the leaping trout of House Tully defiant against the east wind. Catelyn turned her gaze back to the river, and in its endless flowing, she saw the first shape of a future yet unwritten. The wind off the sea was colder, the salt cutting and sharp as a blade. Theon had almost forgotten what true sea air was like. Pike's towers rose like claws from the spray, black and grim and battered by the endless assault of waves. Ravens wheeled overhead. Somewhere far below, the Ironborn sang as they repaired a longship, their voices rough and deep. He stood at the edge of the bridge between the great keep and the sea tower, the drop dizzying and mortal. Behind him, the longship's captain waited with a bundle of black sails, emblem of the Greyjoys. Theon's doublet was rich, Northman's wool lined with gold thread, a gift from Robb, sent before the first snows fell. He felt the eyes on his back. Aeron Damfair, priest of the drowned god, his uncle Victarion, as massive and taciturn as a beached whale. Asha, his sister, with her mocking smile. And there, higher on the rocks. Balon Greyjoy, father and king in all but crown, watching the sea with a scowl that was both approval and warning. Theon's step slowed as he drew nearer. His heart thundered. Pike was his by blood, but it felt less his than Winterfell. Here, every stone whispered of things taken by force, never given. Asha met him first, shoving his shoulder with a seafarer's greeting. "You've the smell of fresh water and sheep, little brother," she said, but her grin was fond, not cruel. "I've come for more than mutton," he answered, forcing a smile. She sobered, searching his face. "They say Balon plans to crown himself king again." "He does. Will you kneel then? Or do you come as Stark's dog?" "Dagmanson Tull." Theon thought of Catelyn's hand on his, her words echoing in the marrow of his bones. "I come as myself," he said. "Greyjoy, yes, but also the man I've learned to be." Asha snorted. "You'll not find many who value that here." He strode past her, heart racing, and made for the high tower. The iron steps were slick with spray, and when he entered, the hall was thick with the smell of brine and tallow. Balon sat before the great hearth, a sword across his knees, crownless and yet king all the same. "So, the wolf boy returns," Balon said, not looking up. "I come as your son," Theon said, "but I bring more than myself. I bring an offer. And I bring warning." Balon's lips twisted. "The wolf offers mercy to the Kraken. The North offers respect to the Iron Islands, a place at the council table, not as subjects, never that, but as brothers of the realm. If you rise now, all you win is fire and blood. Robb Stark has the Riverlands and the North behind him. The Lannisters are weakened. There is peace to be had if you seize it." Balon barked a laugh, sharp as a gull's cry. "Peace? Did the old wolf promise you that? Did you come to beg, Theon?" "That's in me." He forced himself not to flinch. "I came to remind you that every man must choose his loyalties. The world changes. If you will not bend, you will break." Silence. Only the seas roar. Victarion stirred. "He speaks bravely, uncle. He speaks as a Stark," Aeron muttered, eyes fierce. Theon faced his father, suddenly calm. "I speak as myself. If you will not be king, others will. There is a new world coming, father. The Iron Islands must choose their place in it." For a long, fraught moment, Balon stared at his son, measuring, uncertain. The firelight glinted off the sword's blade, and Theon braced himself for wrath. But then, something shifted. The lines in Balon's face deepened, the anger guttering. "You would have us bow?" "No. I would have us rise, but not through old ways, through blood and salt and senseless raids. There is more power in peace than in burning fishing villages." Asha stepped forward, voice quiet. "The boy is right. We're fewer than we once were. The seas are not so empty now. If the wolves offer us a seat, why not take it?" Balon snorted, but the fight had left him. He glanced from Theon to Asha, then out to the open sea. "A king who takes what he's given is no king at all. Then let us take our place by earning it, not stealing it," Theon said. "Let me go to the other islands. Let me bring them to our side, not by force, but by word and promise. Let the Ironborn see we can be more than reavers." For a moment, only the crackle of the hearth. Then Balon gave a single, grudging nod. "Try then, Theon. But fail me, and you are no son of mine." Theon bowed, breathless. "I won't fail. Salt, sweat, and song." Theon moved among his people as summer ripened, ferrying from Orkmont to Harlaw, from Blacktide to Saltclip. He rode out on longships, not as hostage but as emissary. The Northman's cloak exchanged for the black and gold of House Greyjoy. At first the Ironborn jeered, "Wolf's pup," they called, "Greenland whelp." But when he spoke, the words that poured from him were the words of both worlds. Hard, sharp, promising a future that was not shackled to the old ways. He found allies where he least expected. Christopher Botley, shrewd and cautious, lent him men and ships. Roderick Harlaw, wise and slow, listened and nodded. Even the Danfair, haunted and gaunt, did not curse him, only watched, whispering prayers to the drowned god. Asha sailed at his side, her laughter a shield, her sword a promise that Theon would not stand alone. They held a moot at Old Wyke, the stones black with ancient memory, the sea's spray shivering in the air. The captains gathered, 100 strong, banners snapping. Golden krakens, silverfish, the black sails of Pike, and the ragged blue of Saltcliffe. Theon stood before them, Asha at his shoulder, his heart hammering. He spoke of the old way, of glory and plunder, of men lost to wars that gained nothing but new debts and ruined villages. He spoke of the new, of ships that could trade as well as raid, of alliances with the North, the Reach, the Riverlands, of seats at council, of daughters marrying lords instead of being taken for ransom. "You are Ironborn," he said, voice ringing above the surf. "You take what you want, but what we want now is more than what our fathers could have imagined. Our ships will still prowl the seas. Our swords will still be sharp, but let us have gold and trade and pride, not just ashes in our mouths." Napier. For a long moment, no one spoke. Then Asha lifted her sword, blue-black steel flashing in the morning sun. "I would have Theon for king," she shouted, her voice carrying to the farthest rocks. A murmur rippled through the crowd. Christopher Botley stepped forward. "I too would have Theon Greyjoy, son of Balon, but more than that. Let the old kings lie in their graves. Let a new king rise." Roderick Harlaw nodded, his voice like wind in old stone. "The boy is young, but he is clever. He has the look of a leader, and he has won his sister's loyalty. That is no small thing." Bull. Others took up the cry. "Theon! Theon! King Theon!" Theon felt the power building, the tide lifting him. His father stood at the edge, watching, jaw clenched tight, but he did not speak. Theon saw something like pride and something like fear in Balon's eyes. When the votes were cast, the stones of Old Wyke shook with the roar. King Theon. Theon was raised aloft, the salt wind mingling with the tears in his eyes, the future breaking like dawn over a gray sea. The crown was cold iron, heavy on his brow. Theon wore it as he stood before the assembled lords of the Iron Islands, Asha and Victarion flanking him. The hall smelled of salt and fire, of new beginnings and old blood. He sent ravens to Robb Stark in the north, to Edmure Tully at River Run, to Stannis Baratheon in the storm-lashed south. The messages were the same. The Iron Islands would rule themselves, but they would not make war on the mainland. Theon, king of salt and rock, would honor the truce. The reply came swiftest from River Run. Robb's seal pressed deep in the wax. "Brother," the letter read, "I trust you as I trust my own hand. The North stands with you. May your reign be long and your ship swift. Come to Winterfell when you can. There is always a place for you by our hearth." Theon read the words thrice and tucked the letter into his breast. Not all was peace. There were holdfasts that rebelled, old lords who had lost sons in raids against the Starks and Tullys and would not forget. Theon rode to Harlaw in late summer, banners streaming, and found the keep in flames. The old lord there, Grey Harlaw, refused to kneel. So Theon's men stormed the gates, taking the keep with steel and fire. Theon mourned the blood spilled, but he did not falter. He rode back to Pike with captives in tow, his sword stained and his heart hardened by necessity. In the long hall, Balon Greyjoy sat silent, his face gray with age. "You have done what I could not," Balon said, voice grudging but fierce. "The Iron Islands are yours now. Rule them, and let the world remember your name." Asha clasped Theon's hand, her calloused fingers strong. "You are king, brother, but do not forget where you came from." He looked out at the sea, the endless gray expanse, and knew he never would. Winter crept down the coast, whitening the cliffs and chilling the halls of Pike. Theon stood at the tower window, watching the sea crash and foam. In the yard below, the men trained with axes and spears. Ships were being fitted with new sails, black for war, green for trade, blue for diplomacy. He heard boots behind him. When he turned, Catelyn Stark stood in the archway, travel-worn but proud, her face etched with lines of care and hope. "You came," he breathed. She nodded, coming forward to clasp his shoulder. "I made you a promise, Theon Greyjoy. I keep my promises. Now, Dim?" He felt the last ache of exile melt away. "You are welcome here, my lady. More welcome than you know." She gazed out at the sea. "You have done well. The Iron Islands are at peace. My son is grateful. And so am I." He swallowed hard, pride warring with humility. "I could not have done it without your faith." She smiled, rare and warm. "It is a hard thing to forgive. But sometimes, the hardest road is the only road worth walking." He bowed his head, the crown cool against his brow. They stood together, watching the storm clouds gather and break. The sea sang on, unending, as the king of salt and rock found his place at last, and the realm dared to hope that peace might be forged not from iron and fire, but from the mercy of the heart. Call. The autumn sea lashed the cliffs with wild abandon, hurling brine against the blackened stone. But within the hall of Pike, there was warmth, a precarious newfound warmth that flickered like candlelight in a draught. Catelyn Stark's presence brought a steadiness to the keep, as if some ancient current of the mainland's peace had slipped through the cracks of iron and salt to settle, for a while among the Krakens. Theon walked the passages as king, crown constant pressure above his brows, but it was Catelyn's words that weighed more. The first weeks of his reign had passed in a blur of audiences and minor disputes. A quarrel over fishing rights between Blacktide and Orkmont, a feud brewing between Botley and Saltcliffe over the inheritance of a ruined tower. The old ways reared their heads in every corner, muttered behind closed doors, and at the long, mead-soaked tables. He took counsel from Asha, whose laughter disarmed the bold and whose blade silenced the foolhardy. He learned patience from Roderick Harlaw and suspicion from the priest Aeron, whose cold eyes held the sea's hunger. Theon had always felt himself divided, a wolf in kraken's skin, a kraken caged by wolves. But now, pressed between those worlds, he found something neither and both. One evening, with winter threatening the air and storms brewing beyond the torches, Catelyn summoned Theon to her chambers. She dismissed her handmaids with a glance, sitting by the window, the night sea stretching black and endless below. He felt suddenly a boy again, summoned for mischief in the Winterfell godswood. "You called for me, my lady." His voice was careful, deferential, yet touched by an ease he reserved for few. She nodded, her hands resting on her lap. "I did. Sit, Theon." He obeyed, folding himself onto the worn chair across from her. "I've written to Robb," she said, her voice as steady as the tide. "I told him of your justice on Harlaw, of your mercy with the captives. He is pleased, but he is wary as well. Do you understand why?" Theon met her gaze, letting the moment stretch between them. "Because old wounds do not heal easily. Because some in the north will never trust the son of Balon Greyjoy, no matter what I do." "And will you cease to try?" she pressed. He shook his head, resolve brightening behind his eyes. "No, my lady. I will earn their trust, or die trying." "No." She studied him, the lines around her eyes softening. "That is all anyone can ask. There will come a time, Theon, when you must choose, truly choose, where your loyalty lies. When it does, do not let bitterness guide your hand. Mercy is strength, not weakness. Remember that." He took the lesson as a kind of blessing, and when she pressed his hand with her own, he felt something close to absolution pass between them. Later, when he left her, the stone corridors of Pike seemed less forbidding, the walls less thick. On the morrow, Theon called council in the hall. The lords came, Asha stalking at his right, Victarion looming silent at his left, Catelyn present as envoy and honored guest, her Tully trout pin gleaming against her shawl. Christopher Botley arrived late, salt still clinging to his hair. The Danfair took a seat near the doors, his robes heavy with the scent of seaweed and old fear. The matter at hand was a test of his reign. A merchant fleet from the Reach, blown north by storms, lay anchored in the sheltered waters between Pike and Blacktide. The local Ironborn had claimed salvage, boarded the cogs, and demanded half their wares, The Reachmen, for their part, sent a messenger under white flag to petition the king for redress. "We have always taken what washes up on our shores," said Lord Saltcliffe, his fists heavy on the table. "By rights, those ships belong to us. By the old ways," muttered Roderick Harlaw. "But we are not raiders now, or so the king claims." Asha smirked, her eyes flickering with amusement and challenge. "What are we, then, brother? Traders? Minstrels? Will you have us comb the beaches for driftwood and pearls?" Theon's reply was measured. "We will be what brings strength, sister. And I say it brings us more to send those ships home with their wares than to strip them bare and send the Reachmen south with empty bellies and rage in their hearts." "Nay?" Victarion's knuckles whitened on the pommel of his sword. "You risk being seen as weak." Theon met his uncle's gaze with an iron steadiness. "Or as wise. If the Iron Islands are to thrive, we cannot make enemies of every coast. We take pride in our strength. Yes, but a king must know when to sheathe his sword." He looked to Catelyn, whose presence lent silent support. "We will take a tithe, as fair as any port would ask, a portion, not a theft. Let them go south with tales of ironborn justice. Not ironborn savagery, let them trade with us again. In the long run, that is the greater victory." A silence fell. Heavy, but not hostile. Some bristled. Botley's brow furrowed, Harlaw's fingers tapping the table. But the seed of sense was sown. Asha leaned in, offering her assent with a nod. "Let it be so then, but the men will want their share." "They shall have it," Theon said, "but not the whole." The council ended with grumbling and a handful of dark looks. But Theon sensed a shift. Power, here, was not won in one great stroke, but gathered bit by bit, like pebbles shored against the storm. When word of the king's justice spread, there were whispers on every island. Some scorned the decision, calling it the soft hand of a wolf's bastard. Others, though, watched with sharp eyes. Trade resumed, slow at first, but gathering pace. A ship from Old Town brought sweet wine and silks. A cog from Lannisport, braving the still bitter seas, exchanged wool and saltfish for the Ironborn's ironwork. Gold crept into Pike's coffers, and with it, the old hunger for more. It was not all peace. One night, Theon's sleep was broken by shouting in the yard. He rose, sword in hand, and found Asha there before him, her own blade naked and dark with blood. "They tried to kill you," she said, voice flat. "Saltcliffe men wearing Harlaw colors, sent by no one, or by everyone who resents the king's new path." He frowned, the taste of betrayal sour in his mouth. "Did any live?" She shrugged. "One. I thought you might want a word." Theon followed her down to the cellars, where the survivor waited in chains, his face bruised and swollen. The king knelt before the man, speaking softly. "You have a family, do you not?" The prisoner spat at his feet. "I have a cause. The Ironborn are not meant for the leash." Theon met his gaze without anger. "No, doubt. We are meant for the sea, and the sea is ever-changing. I could hang you, but I won't. You will be sent to Black Tide. You will labor for the church there, and when you have earned your penance, you may return." "Thou, Intuin," Asha snorted, amused and approving. "You'd have made a fine septon, brother." He shot her a wry look, then turned back to the prisoner. "Next time I won't be so forgiving." In the months that followed, Catelyn's letters to Ra became more frequent, each one bearing tidings of Theon's rule. She wrote of fair judgment, of justice and temperance, of a king learning how to bind a fractious people to a new purpose. She described Asha, fierce and loyal. Victarion, sullen but reliable. Even Aeron, whose prayers grew quieter as the Ironborn's fortunes improved. Winter came at last, harsh and wild. The sea froze in patches, ships crowding the safe harbors. Hunger stalked the smaller isles, but Theon's men moved stores by order of the crown. Grain from Pike, salted cod from Orkmont, smoked mutton from the Botleys. The king's own table grew lean as he fed his people first. And then, as the snow began to thaw, word came from the east, a raven from Robb Stark, summoning Theon to Winterfell. The message was plain and formal. But Catelyn, reading her son's hand, sensed an undercurrent of urgency. King Theon, the North would treat with the Iron Islands to discuss terms of alliance and trade. You are welcome at Winterfell, with such company as you deem fit. The wolf's hearth burns for the Kraken, if peace holds. Robb Stark, king in the North. Theon made ready at once. He took Asha and Roderick Harlaw, leaving Victarion and the Damfair to watch the islands. Catelyn traveled with them, for she had business of her own in Winterfell, and a desire to see her youngest son safe. The crossing was rough, the wind biting and fierce. But Theon stood at the prow, the salt spray in his hair, feeling something he had not known since childhood. A hope not only for himself, but for the people who called him king. Winterfell loomed out of the cold mists, gray and ancient as the bones of the world. The gates opened to receive them, stark banners flapping beside the Kraken's black and gold. The yard bustled with men and dogs, the air thick with wood smoke and the promise of meat roasting within. Robb met them in the yard, a young man grown into a leader, his face sharpened by war and care, yet his smile unfeigned as he clasped Theon's forearm. "Brother," Robb said, voice warm and fierce. "King," Theon replied with a lopsided grin. "Though I suppose we're both that now." Robb laughed, clapping him on the back. "It's good to see you, Theon. And you, Lady Catelyn." They entered the great hall together, Asha looking about with open curiosity, Roderick Harlaw stiff with mainland suspicion. Sansa sat beside her mother, tall and grave, while Bran and Rickon slipped from their chairs to press close, eager for news of the sea. The council that followed was long and careful. Terms were offered. The Iron Islands would trade their iron and fish, and in return receive grain, timber, and furs. The Ironborn would keep their independence, but would not raid the North nor their allies. Disputes would be settled by council, not by sword. Asha pressed hard for freedom to sail south, to test the Reach and the Westerlands. But Theon cautioned restraint. "We will have all the sea in time. But first, let us have peace at home." Then Nachemd. When the agreements were signed, Robb raised a horn of mead in salute. "To the Kraken and the Wolf," he declared. "May our houses thrive together, as brothers." The hall erupted in cheers, the mood light and hopeful. Later, in a quiet corner, Sansa spoke with Theon, her eyes shrewd but not unkind. "You have changed," she observed. He bowed his head, a faint smile ghosting his lips. "War does that. Forgiveness, too." She reached out, touching his sleeve. "Thank you for sparing the Reachmen. My friend Margaery's family will remember it." Nenjamin. Theon felt the distance between past and present close, just a little. The days passed in a blur of feasts and negotiations. Bran took to following Theon through the castle, peppering him with questions about storms and krakens, about islands lost to the waves. Rickon, wild as any wolf cub, begged stories of pirates and treasure. Even the dire wolves, Shaggy Dog and Summer, seemed to sense that the Kraken was no longer foe. Asha found herself courted by the boldest knights, her laughter echoing through the yard as she trounced them at swordplay. Roderick Harlaw kept to himself, but watched and learned, storing every slight and every kindness. At last the time came to depart. Robb and Catelyn saw them to the gates, the banners snapping in the cold sun. "Come again, Theon," Robb said, pulling him close. "You are brother to me now and always." "I will," Theon promised, his voice rough. He turned to Catelyn, whose eyes shone with unshed tears. "Thank you, my lady," he said, "for your faith, for your mercy." She embraced him, as she would a son. "Be the king your people deserve, Theon Greyjoy. That is all I ever wished." Nay, test. The return to Pike was triumphant. The Ironborn, long starved for victories, welcomed their king with feasting and song. Trade flourished. The halls rang with laughter, and ships bearing foreign banners docked at the piers, their holds full of goods and promise. But there were shadows, still. The old wounds lingered in whispers and in looks exchanged over the rim of a drinking horn. Some spoke of rebellion, of a return to the old way, of the sea's cold law. Theon met the challenge as he always had, head on, flanked by those he trusted. He forged alliances with marriages. Asha to a Harlaw cousin, sealing their loyalty. Botley's daughter to a Blacktide, bridging a rift of generations. He granted pardons, but demanded fealty. He offered rewards for trade, but was swift to punish piracy against his allies. Victarion grumbled, but did not act. Aeron retreated into prayer, content to anoint the new king with salt water, and praise the drowned god for a season of plenty. And so, in the gathering dusk of his second year as king, Theon stood again on the cliffs of Pike, the wind fierce and cold. He watched the ships come and go. His ships now, not his father's. The sea was wild, but it was not unknowable. It could be shaped, channeled, worked with, rather than only taken from. Asha joined him, her steps sure on the slick stone. "Thinking of raiding?" she teased, jostling his arm. He grinned, eyes bright. "Thinking of ruling, which I've learned is much the same, only slower." She laughed, clapping him on the back. "You do us proud, brother." He looked north, toward the unseen coast of the mainland, where Catelyn Stark's lessons had first set him on this path. "I do her proud, I hope. If not, I mean to try, and keep trying." The waves crashed below, endless and eternal. And Theon Greyjoy, king, brother, son, and now, in the eyes of his people, something like a legend, stood unbowed, the salt wind in his hair, the weight of mercy and justice, balancing the Iron Crown. So the Kraken learned to rule, and the Iron Islands, long scorned and feared, found their place at last. A kingdom not of ashes and ruin, but of hope, hard won, and fiercely guarded, on the edge of the world. And now, the storms of winter broke in slow, trembling waves along the Iron Islands, scouring the last of autumn's warmth from the cliffs. At Pike, the towers groaned and shuddered beneath the force of the winds, but Theon Greyjoy felt only the steadiness of stone beneath his feet. 2 years a king, and every season had tested him. Each storm brought new fires to douse, new scars to heal, new voices raised in doubt and praise alike. The council gathered more frequently now, every fortnight by Theon's decree. The halls were rarely quiet, always the shuffling of boots, the rumble of old men's voices, the bright laughter of Asha. Even Victarion, taciturn and somber, had learned to wait for the king's judgment before unleashing his wrath. Yet beneath every petition and plea, Theon felt the unyielding current of his people's pride, the need to prove they remained ironborn, no matter what banners they flew or what pacts they signed. This morning, Theon sat on the sea-stone chair as the sun battled clouds beyond the shattered windows. The council began with squabbles, a raid in the west, fishermen quarreling over nets. A merchant who swore his coins had been taken by men loyal to Saltcliffe. Each matter settled with care, a word to Asha, a stern glance for Victarion, a gentle rebuke when Harlaw pressed too hard. The last to stand was Aeron Damfair, hooded and salt-stained, eyes wild as always. "The drowned god's will is not to be bargained away," Aeron warned, voice echoing beneath the stones. "Too many years have passed without sacrifice. We tempt the storms by courting the Greenlanders." "Nah." Theon felt the hush that followed. He rose, standing over the priest, every inch a king. "We have given blood and salt enough," Theon said, his voice steady. "The sea takes her share in men and ships each season. If the drowned god demands more, let him take it from those who would break the peace." He let the words settle, felt the council's relief and unease in equal measure. "I will sail to Harlaw, next moon's turn. Let the priests bless the voyage. If the drowned god desires proof, let it be in fair wind and safe passage, not in pointless death." "Bo." Aeron dipped his head, cowed for now. Asha grinned in approval. The council, adjourned, broke apart, and Theon withdrew to his solar, where the salt breeze gnawed the candle flame. He lingered at his desk, pen in hand, writing letters to distant lords, messages to Lannisport and Old Town, promises to Stannis Baratheon on Dragonstone, missives for the north, each one a thread in the growing web that bound the Iron Islands to the world beyond. As dusk painted the sea with molten copper, a knock sounded on his door. Catelyn entered, her face marked by travel and the deepening care of age, but her eyes sharp as ever. "You leave for Harlaw soon?" she asked. "Tomorrow, if the winds allow." She smiled, that tight, secret smile that had comforted and chided him in equal measure. "You have become the king I hoped you might." He set down his pen, hands braced on the table's worn wood. "You are the reason, my lady. Would you ride with us?" She shook her head. "Winterfell calls me home. My sons grow faster than ravens can tell. But I wish you safe voyage, and wisdom wherever you go." No. He rose, crossed the room, and clasped her hands in his own. "Thank you, for your faith, for everything." She squeezed his fingers, her touch gentle but fierce. "Rule well, Theon Greyjoy. Keep the peace you have made." She left him with the sun low over the waves, the scent of the northern wind in her wake. The journey to Harlaw was rough. The sea churned with the memory of old storms, and the wind keened against the rigging. Theon stood at the prow of his flagship, the Kraken's roar, cloak snapping behind him. Asha beside him with her boots braced wide, laughing at the spray. Roderick Harlaw, gaunt and dignified, awaited them at the docks with a small retinue of his kin. "The king honors us," Roderick intoned, bowing stiffly. Theon grinned. "It's not honor I seek, Lord. Only safe harbor, and a chance to prove the Iron Islands can stand together." They rode to 10 Towers, Roderick's keep of ancient stone, and there the moot assembled, lords and captains from each isle, their banners dark and tangled in the wind. The feast that night was a raucous thing. Men drank, sang, and told stories of the Black Days, of Balin's war, of burning ships and lost sons, of glory long vanished beneath the waves. Theon listened, adding his own tales, of peace made, of trade won, of kin reconciled without bloodshed. The hall's mood shifted as the ale flowed, grudges dissolving for a night. It was near midnight when Harlaw's eldest daughter, Gwyneth, approached Theon. Her face was pale, but her voice was steady. "My lord king, there is unrest on Saltcliff. Some say the old ways should rule again. They call you Stark's pup. They whisper you have forgotten the iron price." "Theon," Theon's mouth tightened. "Let them come to Pike and speak it to my face." She smiled. "Sly as any kraken. They will not, but they may try something worse. Be wary, my king." He thanked her, and later conferred with Asha and Roderick in the privacy of a quiet chamber. They agreed. Saltcliff must be watched. Asha offered to go herself. A show of the Queen's steel perhaps will quiet their hearts, but Theon asked her to remain. "I need your sword at my side, sister. If Saltcliff stirs, let them find only shadows and silence. I'll send Botley. He's clever and quick, and he owes us for our mercy after the last raid." Nenderwind. The plan set, they parted for the night. Theon returned to his chambers, and sleep claimed him with dreams of a gray sea, unending and wild. The following day, the moot convened. Roderick Harlaw called the captains to order, and Theon addressed them from the dais, his voice ringing against the old stone. "My lords and captains, you have seen what peace brings. Full coffers, safe harbors, trade from distant lands. But the world is changing. The Greenlanders make war and pact alike. If we are to thrive, we must stand as one." Asha stood beside him, her sword bared, her eyes fierce. "We are Ironborn," she shouted. "We do not kneel. But we do not cut our own throats for pride either. Follow your king, or step aside for those who will." The mood was tense, but Theon saw heads nod. Christopher Botley spoke for the younger lords, urging unity. Old Victarion, grudging but loyal, declared his support. Only a few, Saltcliff chief among them, stood silent, their faces closed. The moot ended with a vote. The Iron Islands would remain united under Theon's rule, bound by oath and the old rights. Aeron Damfair presided, pouring seawater over Theon's brow, murmuring the blessings of the drowned god. That night, as revels continued, Botley slipped away to Saltcliffe, his orders clear. The spring thaw brought news from Saltcliffe. Botley's arrival had cowed the loudest dissenters, but whispers persisted. Theon sent messages, gifts, promises, then when those failed, demands. It was a game of patience, and he played it well, rewarding loyalty, isolating the bitterest voices. As the sun climbed higher, new ships arrived at Pike's docks. Cogs from the Reach, Drommons from Lannisport, even traders from Bravos, their sails bright with foreign sigils. The Iron Islands became a crossroads. Gold flowed, and with it came new ambitions. One day, as Theon walked the docks with Asha, a tall figure approached. A messenger in Tully livery, red trout stitched on his tabard. The man knelt, pressing a letter into Theon's hand. From Lady Stark, my king. Urgent news. Now. Theon slit the seal, heart pounding. The letter was brief, the writing hurried. The realm trembles. Stannis marches from Dragonstone, Lannisters muster at Casterly Rock Dado. Robb calls his banners. I beg you hold fast to peace. The world will soon burn. Choose your side with care. Theon read the letter 3 times. Asha read his face. What will you do? He folded the letter with slow precision. We will not march to war. Not yet. If the wolves and lions wish to devour one another, let them. Asha nodded, but her eyes were sharp. That's a choice. But how long before war comes to us? Mendern Swa. He stared out at the sea. Not long, I think. But we will be ready. Summer crept in, lazy and humid. The sea mist heavy. The Ironborn prepared for war without a word from the king. Ships were tarred, swords sharpened, stores gathered. But Theon waited, reading every raven from the mainland, conferring daily with Catelyn and Robb's envoys. One evening, a raven brought word that Stannis had taken King's Landing. The Red Keep ablaze, the city drowning in chaos. Lannister banners fell, and a new king reigned on the Iron Throne. A council assembled at Pike. Victarion raged to sail and seize Lannisport. Harlaw counseled caution. Asha watched Theon with a raised brow. We could have the western coast, Victarion pressed. The lions are scattered. Now is the time for the Ironborn to show our teeth. Theon let them argue, eyes distant. At last, he spoke, his voice low but commanding. The Iron Islands will not be vultures. We are kings, not carrion crows. We will hold our seas, guard our trade, and watch the world's fate unfold. If Stannis wishes our allegiance, let him come and ask. If Robb calls for aid, let us judge then. Needham. In time. There were protests, but Asha and Harlaw stood by him, and Victarion, though sullen, bowed his head. The Iron Islands did not march. The Kraken kept its own council as Westeros burned. As months passed, Stannis' rule spread. The faith returned to King's Landing, and the small folk spoke of justice. But the great lords grumbled. The Riverlands were restless, the north unbowed, the Reach uncertain. Ravens flew, each bringing new rumors. A northern army gathering at Moat Cailin, Tully banners massing at the Twins, Dorne stirring at the southern edge. Robb wrote again, his words careful, but edged with need. Brother, Stannis seeks to humble the north. He demands oaths, tribute. I will not kneel. If the Iron Islands stand with me, we may hold the neck. I ask for alliance, not for my crown, but for the future of all our peoples. Robb Stark. Theon pondered long and hard. He rode the cliffs, walked the shipyards, conferred with Asha, Harlaw, even Victarion. Catelyn sent her own message, private and heartfelt. My son will go to war with or without you. But no, Theon, the world is not made better by pride alone. There is a chance here, a chance for unity, for something more lasting than crowns or banners. Think carefully, my king. I have faith you will choose well. At last, Theon summoned his captains to Pike. The hall was silent as he stood before them. The North calls for aid, he began. We owe them peace, but not blind obedience. If we march as allies, not as subjects. If we fight, it will be for our own future. He saw the fear and hope mingled in their faces. If we do nothing, we will face the lions or the stag alone. If we stand with the wolf, we may shape what comes next. Namawan. Asha's voice rang out. Then, let us fight. And not for old grudges, but for what we might build together. Theon nodded. We will answer the call. Prepare the fleet. We sail at dawn. The Iron Islands erupted into motion, sails unfurled, axes sharpened, the ports thick with the thunder of feet. The ships flew both Kraken and Wolf banners, and at their head rode Theon Greyjoy, king in iron and salt. They sailed up the western coast, stopping at Deepwood Motte to gather men, then on to the Neck, where Robb waited with his banners. Stark, Tully, Manderly, and now, for the first time, the Kraken among them. Robb met Theon on the muddy banks of the Green Fork, the two kings embracing as brothers before the eyes of 1,000 men. You came, Robb said, fierce with gratitude and relief. We made a pact long ago, Theon replied. The Iron Islands keep their word. Together, the armies marched south, Iron and Wolf side by side. In the months that followed, war raged across the Riverlands and the Crownlands. The Ironborn proved their mettle, not with wild raids, but in ordered battle. Their ships blockading Stannis' coast, their warriors holding the lines at Moat Catelyn and the Twins. Word spread of Theon's valor, of his charge at Fairmarket, where he turned the tide against Stannis' vanguard, of his clemency at Saltpans, where he spared the town for the sake of trade and kin. Each deed built upon the last, forging a new legend, one not of blood alone, but of honor and unity. Peace, when it came, was hard won. Stannis, forced to retreat to Dragonstone, sued for terms. The North and the Iron Islands kept their crowns, and the realm was carved anew. 3 kingdoms where once there was one. At the feast to mark the peace, Robb and Theon stood side by side, their people mingling in uneasy but growing fellowship. Catelyn, watching from her seat, felt the weight of years lift from her heart. Later, as the revels faded, Theon found her on the parapet, the wind gentle at last. You were right, he said softly. Mercy was the stronger path. She smiled, pride and love in her eyes. It always is, Theon, even for kings. And so the Iron Islands endured, a kingdom shaped not by fear, but by the courage to forgive and to hope. The sea sang its old song, but now, within the walls of Pike, there was an answering note, one of kin, of peace, and of futures, yet unimagined, rising with every new tide. The tides shifted with the season, the days lengthening into a gentler sun. On Pike, where once the world was only the jagged stone and the endless gray of the sea, the colors of foreign banners began to appear among the wharves. The docks bustled, Ironborn and Greenlanders rubbing shoulders with wary curiosity, the clang of trade drowning out the distant cries of gulls. Theon watched it unfold, hands clasped behind his back, the iron crown grown familiar upon his brow. He had expected more resistance. There had been scuffles, yes, and one botched attempt to burn a Lannisport merchant ship. But the world's turmoil had exhausted the taste for constant war. Most of the old reavers found it easier to drink imported summer wine and boast of past glories than risk their necks for the memory of ashes. He walked with Asha along the stony strand, their boots crunching on pebbles flecked with salt and seaweed. Above them the towers of Pike loomed, but the laughter of children, Ironborn and foreign alike, drifted from the village by the shore. Asha nudged him, a crooked smile on her lips. They say a king's reign is measured by the number of enemies he makes. You're ruining the old tales, brother. He looked at her sidelong, grinning. There are enough enemies in the world for any king. I'll settle for peace on my own shores. Her smile faded, gaze turning serious. And if peace is just a storm waiting to break? Theon turned to the horizon, the sun rising over the sea, gold glimmering on the whitecaps. Then let the storm come. We'll be ready. He had learned that readiness was not always a sharpened blade, nor a fleet poised to sail at the first whisper of war. Sometimes it was patience, painful, grinding, slow as the tide. He felt it in every meeting, every letter, every quiet moment in the small hours when the weight of rule pressed down like a stone. He found himself thinking often of Catelyn Stark. Her words echoed in him, as steady as the heartbeats of the sea against the rocks. Mercy is strength, not weakness. The lesson had taken root, but he knew, as all rulers must, that mercy sometimes asked the hardest price. Trouble arrived one fog-laden dawn, disguised as opportunity. Christopher Botley arrived at the keep, his face drawn with worry. Behind him trailed a young girl, fair-haired and dressed in the silks of the Reach, clutching a letter with trembling fingers. "She claims to be a cousin of Lord Tyrell," Botley announced. Bowing low, she arrived with a ship from Old Town. "Their captain says they were attacked by pirates flying no banners, 2 days west of here. Only Pike would give them safe harbor." "Done." The girl's voice was soft but steady. "My name is Lysa Tyrell. My father will reward any who ensure my safe return. I beg you, King Theon, send help to find the others. There were children among the missing." Asha leaned forward, bracing knuckles on the council table. "The Reach will pay for blood, or for mercy." Theon weighed the words in silence. The Iron Islands, once feared, now watched by Westeros, with a mixture of hope and suspicion. The world was learning to expect something new from the Kraken. He spoke at last, voice ringing clear. "The Iron Islands will find these raiders and bring the children home. Prepare 3 swift ships. Asha, you'll command. Christopher, send word to Old Town. We seek only justice. The Reach will remember." Asha grinned, fire in her eyes. "I'll have your pirates by week's end." Asha sailed at dusk, her ships cutting silver lines through the waves. Theon watched her vanish, then returned to his duties with unease gnawing at his gut. Rescue was a noble act, but noble acts did not always end as one wished. He spent sleepless nights with his council, reinforcing patrols and sending warnings to Blackdyke and Harlaw. He sent a raven to Robb Stark, asking for word on pirate movements along the western coasts. On the 4th night, a lantern appeared on the horizon. Asha returned, battered but triumphant, her holds full of the rescued and the rescued's tears. There were losses. A deckhand dead, 2 Ironborn wounded, but the pirates were broken, their black-sailed ship towed behind Asha's flagship like a trophy. Theon met the survivors at the docks, accepting their gratitude with grave composure. Lysa Tyrell flung herself into his arms, weeping, and the Ironborn watched in silence, many faces softening with the memory of their own lost kin. The world would hear of what the Iron Islands had done. Theon meant to see to it. Within days, a letter came from Highgarden, written in the elegant hand of Lady Olenna herself. It praised the Ironborn's mercy, offered gifts, silk, gold, and a promise of continued peace. Theon called his council, displaying the Tyrell seal on the letter. "This is what it means to rule," he said. "Mercy, paid in gold and respect. Let all know the Iron Islands are a safe harbor, not a den of thieves." Some bristled. Salt Cliff, always, and a few of the old guard. But the younger captains nodded, their ambitions turned to coin and comfort, the dreams of endless war fading beneath the new prosperity. The years rolled forward. Catelyn returned to Pike twice more, each time greeted with feasts and solemn council. Robb Stark visited as well, riding the waves in Theon's own longship, Summer's Child, with a retinue of Northmen and the wolf banner snapping alongside the Kraken. On the second visit, Robb brought his wife, a tall, kind-eyed woman from House Manderley, and 2 sons, sturdy, red-cheeked, both named for the fallen of the old war. They explored Pike's halls with Bran and Rickon, the castle full of the sounds of their laughter and their running feet. Theon and Robb walked the shore together, boots crunching on damp stones, the wind in their hair. "You've done what none expected, Theon," Robb said, pride in his voice. "I feared the islands would be a knife at my back for all my reign. Instead, you've made them a shield." Theon shrugged, smiling. "It wasn't all my doing. Your mother taught me most of it, though she'd never claimed the honor." Robb grew thoughtful, eyes on the breaking surf. "She says the realm is tired, Theon. Tired of lords who only know how to break things. You're proving there's another way." Theon felt the warmth of friendship, stronger than blood. "Let's see if it lasts, eh?" A Kraken king and a Wolf king. Who would have wagered on it? Lane. Rob laughed, tossing a stone into the surf. Who would have wagered that any of us would survive? They walked in silence for a time, comfortable as only old friends can be, the future stretching bright and uncertain before them. In the 5th year of Theon's reign, a harsh winter battered the western coast. Grain shipments from the mainland stalled, and hunger crept through the smaller isles. The old lords grumbled, Saltcliffe loudest of all. Theon called an assembly in the great hall, the banners of Pike, Harlaw, Botley, and the others rippling in the smoky air. "We are not reavers anymore," he said, "but we are still ironborn. We endure. I will send ships to the north for grain, to Old Town for salt beef and beans. We have gold. We will buy what we cannot grow." Saltcliffe's old lord spat. "You'd rather beg than take what is ours by the iron price." Theon met his gaze. "Hard as any old king. The iron price is paid in blood. I will not spill it for pride while children starve. Any who defy me will answer for it." Bamsao. Asha drew her sword, flashing it in the torchlight. "You've had your answer, Saltcliffe. Try for the old ways and you'll end up at the bottom of the sea." The old man fumed, but did not defy them. The council ended with Theon's plan approved. Barely. The ships sailed, and though the winter was hungry, no one starved. When the spring sun finally broke the gray, the Ironborn greeted it as kin, not conqueror. The years passed. Gray streaked Theon's hair, and Asha's laughter mellowed with age. Victarion, ever the traditionalist, faded into the role of advisor, fierce but tempered by the weight of years. Harlaw remained loyal, his wisdom prized at council. The Iron Islands prospered. Children grew strong, trade flourished, and the banners of the Kraken and the Wolf became a common sight from Lannisport to White Harbor. Theon sent ships as far as Bravos and Old Volantis. The world changed, and the Ironborn changed with it. One summer, when the world seemed made of light and salt air, Catelyn returned for the last time. She was older, lines of care deep upon her brow, but her spirit undimmed. Theon greeted her at the docks, helping her down from the boat. She squeezed his arm, eyes brimming with pride. "You've made a home of this place, Theon, not just for yourself, but for all your people." He smiled, feeling the truth of it in the laughter of the children and the gentle hum of the village behind him. "I couldn't have done it without your forgiveness, or your wisdom." They walked the cliffs, the sea wild and endless below. "It is not always easy to forgive," Catelyn said, "but it is easier than living with regret." They watched the waves in silence, sharing the moment. The years gathered like driftwood, slow and relentless, shaping themselves around Theon's reign. There were new storms, new enemies, pirates from the Stepstones, petty lords from the mainland, drought, and the occasional whisper of rebellion. Each time, Theon met the threat with strength and with mercy. He became not just a king, but the memory of a new beginning for his people. And so, on a clear morning when the tide was low and the air smelled of salt and promise, Theon stood atop the tallest tower of Pike, watching the horizon. The sun rose, bright and golden, gilding the world in hope. Below, the Iron Islands bustled with life, a kingdom no longer of fear and ashes, but of peace. Hard won, fiercely defended, and, at last, their own. The Kraken was king, and mercy, not iron, had saved them all. Ulya. A day began on Pike beneath skies, the color of old slate, gulls circling the battered towers, and salt-laden wind hissing through arrow slits. Theon rose with dawn's first light, restless before the duties and decisions that shaped every waking hour. The sea was always there beyond the ramparts, a promise and a threat, depending on a king's wisdom. He dressed simply, as he always had in recent years. Dark wool, a narrow circlet of iron, boots stained by countless salt tides. Age had carved itself around his eyes, but his stride was strong, his voice sure, his gaze more searching than ever. Word from the docks arrived on the wind. Another Braavosi ship anchored in the deeper water, its captain eager to trade not only for iron and saltfish, but for news from the kingdoms of Westeros. Theon welcomed it as he welcomed all things new. Trade was the arteries of his realm now. He walked to the bustling harbor with only a pair of guards, watching as the city's merchants argued with the foreign sailors over bales of wool and barrels of salt beef. In their bargaining, he heard more about the world's currents than 100 ravens could tell. Asha found him among the throng, grinning as always, the wind knotting her graying hair. "I just heard you bought a barrel of pickled eels," she called. "It's your plan for the future of the Iron Islands. I may have to retire." Theon smirked. "I'd offer them to the council as supper. It's as much as some of them deserve." They moved through the crowds together, the people parting for them, old loyalties and new respect, mingled in every glance. Theon stopped to greet a pair of young shipwrights, boys from Orkmont come to learn their craft on Pike's famed hulls. He made a point of asking about their families, their hopes. The sons of lesser houses had begun to dream of more than raids and ruin. Back at the keep, the council was waiting. Christopher Botley presided in his usual way, conservative but clever, and Roderick Harlaw offered his wisdom. Victarion, older now and less quick to anger, nodded in silent agreement as the talk turned to news from the mainland. Lady Sansa Stark was queen in the north, ruling with grace and severity in equal measure. Robb's sons now held Winterfell's garrison, and every message from the Wolflands was one of strength and peace. "Trade from the reaches up," Botley reported. "They want salt fish and shipwrights. The Golden Grove lords ask for an alliance of marriage." Asha leaned back, feet on the table. "Imagine it, brother. A Kraken wedding in Highgarden. Will you wear pink silk?" Theon smiled faintly. "If they send enough gold, I'll wear anything they like." Harlaw tapped his fingers. "There is talk of unrest in the west. A claimant for the Lannister seat. He sent envoys to Lannisport, offering coin for swords. He may look to us." "We look to our own," Theon said, ending the matter. "If the Lannisters want their own crown, let them win it with their own blood. We have peace with the wolf, the fish, the rose. I won't trade it for Lannister ghosts." They adjourned, the hall emptying, save for Asha and Harlaw. Theon lingered, gazing at a map splayed across the table, Westeros in all its sprawling, blood-stained glory. His fingers drifted over the islands, each one a story, 100 memories. Asha spoke quietly. "You think it can last?" He looked at her. "I think it must. If not, we become what we once were. That road ends with us all in the sea." She nodded, understanding in her eyes. "Then I'll stand by you, brother, until the tide takes us both." In the weeks that followed, the Iron Islands slipped easily into the rhythm of summer. Crops grew on the greenest slopes of Harlaw and Black Tide, while Pike's shipyards were alive with hammer and saw. The children of the Salt Wives played in the shadow of the towers, their laughter mingling with the crash of the surf. Letters arrived daily, some bearing the seals of houses Theon had never thought would treat with his. The Martells of Dorne sent a gift of oranges and wine, congratulating the king on his reign, and proposing mutual trade in spices and shipwrights. Old Town's Archmaester wrote of new discoveries in navigation, requesting iron-born captains to test their charts on distant voyages. A delegation arrived from White Harbor, led by Lord Wyman's granddaughter, Mira Manderley, a shrewd young woman whose skill at the bargaining table rivaled any sea captain. Theon entertained them with a feast in the great hall, the tables piled with lobster, roast fish, and northern mead. Mira leaned in, voice low. "My Lord King, the north grows strong. But we remember who brought us grain in that hard winter. The Kraken and the wolf are bound by more than banners." He inclined his head. "You have my word. So long as I rule, there will be no wolf and Kraken at war." When the night's revels ended, Theon and Mira stood on the ramparts, looking out over the moonlit sea. "What does a king hope for when all is well?" she asked softly. He gazed into the dark. "That it lasts long enough for the children to know only peace." She smiled, and he felt for a moment that the world was not so uncertain after all. Still, peace was a hard master. One morning brought dire news. A ship dashed on the rocks near Old Wick, its survivors taken captive by Salt Cliff men who refused the king's justice. Theon's temper flared. He summoned his household, donning his oldest armor, and sailed with 100 men to Saltcliffe's crumbling hull. The sea was wild, the crossing swift. The Ironborn who landed with him were loyal and disciplined, no more wild reavers, but warriors bound by oath as much as blood. They stormed Saltcliffe's keep at sunrise, Theon leading the charge. The old lord was dragged before him, defiant even as his hall burned. "You've traded our birthright for gold and promises." Saltcliffe spat. "Better to die as Ironborn than live as sheep." Theon's voice was cold as the waves. "You will die, but not as a hero. Your blood ends with you. Your sons will serve me or be sent to the wall." He gave the old man to the sea, as was their way. His sons bent the knee, and Saltcliffe's people watched in silence, understanding at last that there was no going back. The shipwreck survivors were returned to Pike, where Theon greeted them with food and shelter. The world would hear of Saltcliffe's fate, and the lesson was clear. Peace would be kept, no matter the cost. The years pressed onward. Victarion died of a fever, his passing marked by a rare day of silence throughout the islands. Aeron Damfair retreated further into his mysteries, his prayers quieter, the drowned god's voice no longer stirring revolt. Asha's children, 2 wild daughters and a solemn son, grew strong at their mother's side, learning sword and sail, and the quiet cunning that kept the Iron Islands free. Theon watched them, pride mingled with melancholy. He had no children of his own. The burden and the blessing of the crown would pass to his sister's line, and he was glad for it. Every few years, Catelyn returned. Her hair was white, her steps slower, but her eyes remained sharp and clear as ever. The people greeted her as kin. On her final visit, she and Theon sat together beside a quiet fire, words unnecessary. He pressed her hand. "You saved me, my lady, and the Iron Islands." She smiled, the lines of sorrow and hope mingled on her face. "No, Theon. You saved yourself. I only gave you the chance." She died that winter, in River Run's quiet halls, mourned from Pike to Winterfell. Her name was carved in the stones of both castles, the only woman honored so by wolf and kraken alike. There were wars beyond the sea, rebellions in the far east, Dothraki razors flashing in the dawn, stories of dragons stirring in lost Valyria. But the Iron Islands remained untouched, their ships swift, their captains wise, their kings just as feared. On a late summer's day, Theon stood alone on the cliffs, wind snapping at his cloak. Below, the surf hammered rock, untiring. Above, the sky burned with the promise of autumn storms. He saw his sister's children racing along the strand, their shouts echoing, the laughter of a generation born to peace. He remembered then the words Catelyn had spoken on a night long ago. Mercy is strength, and in that strength, a future no one had dared to imagine. The sea was wild, but it was no longer the Ironborn's only world. Now, there was family, and memory, and the hope that what had been made could last beyond any one king. He breathed in the salt and sun, and smiled. For the first time, Theon Greyjoy was at peace with the sea, and with himself. No. The morning wind was bracing, briny, sharp as a blade newly forged, and Theon stood on the parapets of Pike's tallest tower, watching the silver mist peeled back from the sea. Gulls wheeled below, and beyond them, longships returned from Blacktide and Harlaw, their prows cutting the waves as gracefully as arrows. The Iron Islands had known generations of hunger, but now there was plenty. Gold from the Reach, fish from the northern shoals, and trade goods from ports, as far as Dorne and the Summer Islands. Children raced along the strand, their laughter thin and wild in the wind, and Pike itself no longer felt only a place of storms and old grief. It felt at last like a home. Inside the keep, life moved with measured certainty. Asha's children sparred in the yard, fierce and tireless as their mother. Christopher Botley's son, barely 14, practiced his sums beside Roderick Harlaw's sullen grandson, both groomed for a world of alliances and peace, rather than endless raids. Women clustered around the looms and kitchens, gossiping about a coming feast. Highgarden merchants were expected, with gifts and letters from Lady Olenna's successor. Theon, older now, moved through it all with the quiet dignity that had grown within him over the years. He spoke with the shipwrights on the wharf, inspecting the timbers for signs of rot or cleverness, and listened to the blacksmiths boast about a new alloy. Every day brought small matters to his attention, but Theon had learned to see the great in the small. He knew, with the certainty of one who had seen a world unravel and mend, that peace was not an accident. It was a thing built, decision by decision, and defended by courage as keen as any sword. On this day, as the noon sun broke the last of the mist, a horn sounded on the lower cliffs. Riders, mainlanders, by the look of their standards, approached the bridge, and soon the banners of Stark and Manderley were unfurled to the salt wind. Theon signaled for the gates to open. He did not hurry. There was no need for fear, not anymore. Robb Stark's son Edric, a tall youth with his father's steady blue eyes and his mother's golden hair, entered the hall, dust and pride in equal measure on his boots. With him came Mira Manderley, grown more stately with each year, her smile as warm as summer. Behind them followed several young squires, their faces full of awe for the Ironborn castle and the tales it held. Edric embraced Theon as a brother would. "The North sends its love and gratitude, Lord Theon," he said, using the title that felt both too small and perfectly fitted. "You saved us years ago. My father never let us forget." Theon smiled. "The North saved itself, lad, but you're welcome here all the same. What brings you so far west?" "We come with tidings," Mira answered, "and a request for your counsel. The South stirs. There is a new claimant in the Stormlands, one who would see the old wars reignite." Menatimtor. Theon motioned them to sit. His council assembled quickly. Asha, stern and smiling. Christopher Botley, quietly attentive. Roderick Harlaw, cautious and wise. Even Victarion's youngest son, now a man grown and silent as his father once was, joined the circle. Mira laid out the news: raids on the Dornish marches, mercenaries gathering in Old Town, whispers of gold changing hands in Lannisport. Edric spoke of tension at Winterfell, of old houses resenting peace, of lords who missed the certainty of enemies more than the uncertainty of friends. "We don't wish for war," Edric said, "but we would not be caught unready. The North asks, if we are attacked, will the Iron Islands stand with us?" The council was silent. Old alliances, old promises. Theon leaned forward, gaze sweeping those assembled. "We have peace because we made it. We will keep it because we defend it. The Iron Islands will answer the wolf's call if need be. Not for banners or blood owed, but because it is right." Niskaportatum Thor. Asha grinned, fierce pride in her eyes. "Let them come. They'll find us ready." Mira relaxed, the shadow easing from her brow. "That is all we hoped for, Lord Theon. You have made the Kraken a friend to all the world." Christopher Botley spoke next, cautious as always. "Peace must be kept, not only by promise, but by strength. We should prepare, sharpen the fleet, stock the holds, train the young." Theon nodded. "Do it, but quietly. We do not provoke. We prepare." Nender. The days that followed were busy with preparation, but also with the pulse of ordinary life. Theon walked the halls at dusk, listening to the distant sounds of the feast being prepared. Spiced crab and stewed fish, summer wine decanted from the Reach, casks of mead from the north. He found Mira in the library, bent over a map. She looked up, tracing her finger along the coasts. "You could have ruled differently," she said quietly. "You could have answered the old calls for blood." He smiled. "I did, once. It cost me everything. I have no wish to lose it all again." "Bow." She studied him, and Theon felt the weight of her admiration. "The world changes. My mother says the only wise kings are those who change with it. Your mother is a wise woman." They stood together for a long moment, comfortable in the quiet, both thinking of futures and the weight of the past. The feast that night was grander than any in living memory. The hall echoed with laughter. The tables groaned with food. Edric Stark, and the Manderley envoys were honored with seats near Theon, while Asha's daughters sang a wild body song to the delight of the assembled captains. Theon saw in the faces of his people a contentment he had never known in youth. The Ironborn no longer feared every visitor, no longer looked on every stranger as a foe. There was pride and confidence, born not of conquest, but of endurance. The news from the mainland was troubling, but no more so than 1,000 storms they had weathered before. When the feast ended, Theon retired to his solar, where Asha joined him, her cheeks flushed with wine. "They say the Stormlander King is a bastard of Baratheon blood," she said, stretching her legs before the fire. "Thinks he can rally the South with tales of old vengeance. Will he come for us, do you think?" Theon poured her a cup of wine. "Let him come if he dares. We have friends enough now, and enough ships to meet him." She sipped, thoughtful. "The islands are different, brother. The old men grumble, but their sons, they speak of peace as if it is a treasure, not a shame. I wonder if we'll be remembered as the first of a new breed, or the last of the old." "And," he watched the fire flicker. "Both, maybe. We made ourselves anew. The world will judge what we've done when we are gone." When spring returned, so did letters from distant ports. The ships of the Iron Islands brought back spices and stories from old Volantis, news from the Jade Sea, a cargo of pearls from the Summer Isles. The old houses of Westeros grew restless with rumors of wealth and power shifting west. Lords from the Vale sent envoys, seeking trade and alliances. Theon hosted them all, offering fair terms, but never surrendering the dignity hard-won by years of patience. One evening, he walked the ramparts alone. The sky washed in orange and indigo, the salt wind heavy with promise. He heard footsteps behind him. Mira Manderley, her face soft in the fading light. "Will you visit White Harbor this year?" she asked. "There are children there who speak of you as if you were a story. A king who forgave and changed the world." He smiled, humbled. "Stories are easier than truth. I have made mistakes, Mira. But I will come. It is time the Kraken visited friends on green shores." Menotior. She linked her arm through his, companionable, the years falling away. "You built something new here. Don't let anyone take it from you." He squeezed her hand, grateful for her faith. Months passed, and the peace held. Asha's son rode to Harlaw to be fostered, learning the craft of governance from Roderick's slow wisdom. The daughters grew strong, one dreaming of command, the other of songs and stories. Theon saw himself in them, a mirror of his best and worst hopes. One dawn, a raven came with word from the south. War had indeed broken out in the Stormlands, but the new king had fallen at the gates of Old Town, his army scattered by a host of reachmen and Dornish spears. Westeros, it seemed, hungered for peace more than blood, and for now the world settled again into uneasy calm. The Iron Islands prospered. There was hardship, there always was, but famine never returned, nor did war. The old ways did not die, but they were changed. The sea remained their mother, the wind their ally, but their future was shaped not only by the iron price, but by all they had learned of trust, trade, and mercy. Theon grew old at last, gray as a winter sky, still strong in his mind and heart. He watched as Asha's son was named heir, as the next generation rose unafraid, bold and compassionate in equal measure. The keep rang with laughter and song. The shipyards teemed with new life. On the eve of his last named day, Theon called his family and council to the highest tower. They stood in the night wind, the sea roaring below, and he looked upon their faces, Asha fierce and loving, Mira steady and kind, Christopher's children, Roderick's heirs, Edric Stark and his kin. "I have ruled long enough," Theon said, his voice carrying across the stones. "I have given you peace, not by sword but by promise. Guard it well. The world is ever changing, but if you hold fast to what is right, mercy, loyalty, strength, then you will weather any storm." They toasted him with mead and laughter. The Iron Islands, for the first time in living memory, were united, hopeful, and free. Theon looked out at the dark horizon, the moon's path on the restless waves. The gulls cried in the wind, and the sea sang on, as it always had. His heart was full of memory, of pride, and at last of peace. So ended the reign of Theon Greyjoy, king of the Iron Islands, remembered not for what he took, but for what he gave. And in the years that followed, the Kraken banner flew over waters both calm and wild, a symbol of a people who had learned at last to build as well as conquer, to forgive as well as endure, and to hold the line between past and future with dignity and with hope. The final years of Theon Greyjoy's reign dawned with a restless, honeyed glow. Pike basked beneath it, a fortress and a city, alive with the echo of shipyards and the deep thrum of commerce. No longer a place of shadows and whispered vengeance, but of stone shaped for purpose and children, learning hope. On spring mornings, gulls wheeled in their dozens above the bustling docks, and every street ran thick with the mingled voices of Ironborn and Greenlanders. The very heart of the islands pulsed with new possibility. And for a time, Theon let himself believe that what he had built might endure beyond his own days. He walked slowly now, joints stiff with age, hair long gone to silver. The weight of the iron circlet had become familiar, a part of him as natural as the ache in his knees, or the sea's constant music below the cliffs. Yet age had not dulled his mind, nor had it softened the gaze that swept Pike's busy halls each morning, keen as the north wind and every bit as bracing. The council chamber had changed. Gone were the old men of iron and salt, gone the stifling fear of betrayal. In their place sat Asha's children, Rowena, bold and flame-haired, flanked by her quick-witted sister Yara and their younger brother Harrick, whose silences could cut deeper than any blade. Christopher Botley's grandson Oswald offered measured counsel, while old Roderick Harlaw's line sent a steady supply of second sons, steady, loyal, hungry for honor rather than gold. Even Mira Manderley had become part of the fabric of Pike, her laughter echoing through the keep and her hand steady in every negotiation. She and Theon had found a quiet partnership that lasted past all expectation, a tie not of marriage, but of respect and shared labor. Morning found them all gathered, the spring sun gilding the maps that sprawled across the council table. Ships from Volantis and Lys, coins from Lannisport, silk and saffron from Dorne. Each cargo marked with symbols, tallied with care. Harrick read the ledgers. Rowena pressed for new hulls. Yara argued for investment in the smaller isles. Theon listened, watching as the children of peace shaped their arguments. He let them clash. Learn, forgive, try again. It was not the old Ironborn way. It was better. Yet shadows found their way even into peace. Word came from the far north of trouble. White mists lingering on the coast, ships found adrift with not a soul aboard. In the west, rumors stirred of a Lannister cousin, gathering exiles and promising to retake the rock. Theon remembered the pain of old wars. He sent ravens, sharpened the fleet, summoned the captains of every isle. But it was the quiet, persistent trouble at home that pressed hardest. Saltcliffe's new lord, a boy raised on tales of iron and conquest, boasted at feasts of glory gone, claimed the Iron Islands would always belong to the sea and the sword. On Black Tide, a firebrand priest called for a return to the drowned god's justice. Old ways, old blood, old fear. The young listened, hungry for stories, their hearts yet untouched by the long price of war. Asha's voice was rough with warning. Give them an enemy, brother, and you'll see how quickly memory fails. There are those who would burn all we've built for the taste of legend. He nodded, gaze distant. We will not give them that enemy, sister. But neither will we yield. The line must hold. Summer came fierce and early, the air thick with the scent of salt and wildflowers. A wedding brought lords from every isle, Rowena to wed Oswald Botley, the union sealing a generation of alliances. The feast stretched long into the night, banners rippling above the keep. The hall alight with music and the laughter of the young. Theon watched it from his high seat, content for once to be an old king amid a young kingdom. Afterward, he and Mira walked the moonlit ramparts. Her arm was strong through his. Below, the waves broke endlessly against the cliffs, white in the dark. "Your time is almost done," she said gently, as if voicing a truth they had both felt, and both refused to name. "Have you decided who will follow you?" Theon smiled. "Rowena. She has the heart for it and the steel. Yara will keep her honest. Herrick will hold the line. I see it in all of them, what might have been lost if not for a little mercy." Mira squeezed his hand. "You have changed these islands, Theon. They were never meant for peace, but you gave them peace all the same. That's the greater victory." He breathed the night air, thick with salt and memory. "I could not have done it alone. Nor would I want to." They stood in silence, old and young. The whole history of the Iron Islands and the crashing of the waves below. Autumn brought the wild winds and restless sea. On black tide, the priest's rhetoric grew more strident. Ships from Old Town brought tales of dragons in the east, wild stories that set the tongues of children wagging and the dreams of young men burning with old ambitions. Saltcliffe's young lord made a show of launching 3 new longships. Raids, he promised, would make the Ironborn great again. Theon watched him from afar, choosing patience over wrath. Instead, he summoned Saltcliffe to Pike, offering him a place at council, giving him a voice rather than a rope. The boy took it, wary, suspicious, but flattered. In council, he found himself outmatched by Rowena and Yara, but also included, valued, reshaped. Gradually, his boastfulness cooled into something like pride in the new order. The priest on Black Tide proved a harder knot to untangle. He denounced Theon openly, calling him wolf's thrall and king in name, not deed. Herrick sailed with 20 men and met the priest in his own hall. Instead of threats, he listened, and then asked the priest to bless a new ship being built for the Harlaw line. Public honor, not private exile. The priest agreed, and the rage that had simmered in Black Tide's youth cooled, transformed into ambition to build rather than to burn. Theon watched his kin work these small, steady changes, pride swelling. He saw in Herrick's patience, Rowena's diplomacy, Yara's wit, the legacy that would survive him. When the next feast came, Black Tide sent a cask of his best ale and a prayer for the king's health. Even Saltcliffe toasted the union of Kraken and Wolf, the cheer genuine, if a little rough. News came that autumn from Winterfell. Robb's youngest son had wed a daughter of House Dane, binding the north to the far south. Asha sailed to the wedding, carrying gifts of pike steel and salt pearls. She wrote to Theon of the green lands, the warm sun, the children who asked her for stories of the sea. Theon spent the autumn days walking the cliffs, his stride slowing but his gaze sharp as ever. He spoke to shipwrights, dined with the apprentices, met each new delegation with the same care and dignity he had shown since the first day of his reign. The work was unending, but he relished it. The constant, quiet shaping of a better future. He rode often to Catelyn Stark's grave at River Run, sending letters with passing merchants, trusting that her spirit would understand the words. Gratitude, humility, the ache of memory. He sometimes spoke aloud to her when the wind was strong, and the gulls cried, telling her of each small victory, each mercy, each moment when he felt the past had finally loosened its hold on the Iron Islands. Winter pressed close. Theon's health began to fail. There were days he could not rise, days when the pain clawed through his body. Rowena sat with him on those days, reading letters from distant isles, holding his hand while he slept. Yara brought music, Herrick quiet stories, Mira the soothing balm of presence. In the last weeks, the people of Pike gathered outside his window, singing the songs of peace and storm. Old verses reworked, new ones born. He listened, knowing that his legacy would not be in the tales of war, but in these voices raised in hope. On the last night, Asha came to his side, silent tears streaking her face. He pressed her hand, then Rowena's, Yara's, Herrick's, Mira's, one by one. "Keep the peace," he whispered. "It is a harder thing than war, but worth far more." He died before dawn as the wind carried the tide in, and the first gulls called. The crowning of Rowena Greyjoy was unlike any in the history of the Iron Islands. Banners hung from every tower, bells rang, and the harbors were alive with song. Lords from the north, the Reach, even the Vale arrived to bear witness. The drowned god's priests anointed her, but it was her father's circlet she wore, a plain band of iron burnished by time and hands. Rowena spoke first of her father, then of mercy, then of the work ahead. "We are ironborn," she said, "but we are more than what we were. My father taught us that the hardest road is the most worthy, and that forgiveness is the strength of kings. We will not forget it." Now, Asha and Yara flanked her, proud and fierce. Herrick stood guard, silent and sure. The people cheered, not only for a new queen, but for all they had become. Years later, when historians and singers argued over the age of peace, when Greenlanders and Ironborn alike told tales by the hearth, Theon's name would be spoken not as a warning, but as a promise. In the stones of Pike, in the laughter of its children, in the ships that crossed every sea under banners of Kraken and Wolf, his legacy endured. And the sea, ancient, wild, unconquered, sang on beneath the cliffs, cradle and witness to the king who had turned the tide. Aniki. Rowena Greyjoy's reign began as all new things did on the Iron Islands, facing east into the teeth of the wind, watched by 1,000 doubtful eyes. Salt and wind had shaped her, but her voice, when she stood before the assembled captains and priests, beneath Pike's shadowed towers, was quiet and clear. She bore her father's iron circlet, nothing more ornate than the dignity in her bearing. The halls that had once echoed with war chants and curses now thrummed with a different music, the hope of a people who had outlived their legends. It was not an easy inheritance. Rowena felt her father's shadow everywhere, in the council chamber, where his hand had steadied tempers and bridged old hatreds, in the small folks' eyes as she walked the docks, where they looked for reassurance that peace would not slip through their fingers like sand. She missed him most keenly at dawn, standing alone on the parapets, listening to the wind's secrets, her heart heavy with the enormity of what came next. Asha, her mother, did not try to fill the silence with easy words. She was there, a shield at Rowena's side. And when the first envoys from the mainland arrived to test the new queen, Asha's laughter scattered the courtiers' sly ambitions. Herrick, her uncle, moved through Pike's halls with the same unflinching calm that had steadied Theon in his last years. Yara and Oswald Botley handled the merchants and captains, their arguments brisk and fair. Mira Manderley, now grown gray and wise as winter drift, remained as friend and advisor, her letters to White Harbor rich with the quiet pride of a life spent in two worlds. Rowena ruled in the way her father had taught, listening more than speaking, weighing each decision against its cost in hope and blood. She gathered the captains in council every month, made time for the small folk, and kept the shipwrights working through every season. Trade remained the lifeblood of the islands, but she remembered what Theon had always said. That pride, untethered from mercy, was nothing but a storm waiting to break. That first summer, a trial came. A ship flying the banner of House Harlaw was found wrecked off Old Wick, the holds empty, the crew vanished. In the following weeks, 2 more ships were lost in similar fashion, their wreckage washing ashore with cruel signs, a kraken's tentacle, carved deep into the splintered wood and blood in the sand. Old whispers flared, that the drowned god wanted a return to the old ways, that peace had made the Ironborn soft, that the sea itself had turned against its own children. Rowena did not flinch. She summoned her council, listened to Asha's stories of pirate chieftains and Harlaw's tales of feuds and old curses. She sent Herrick, silent and implacable, to Black Tide with 12 swift ships, charged with rooting out the truth. Yara sent word to the mainland ports. Was there any sign of foreign sails, of mercenaries or reavers from beyond the Isles? The investigation was patient and relentless. Herrick returned, grim and salt-streaked, with prisoners in tow. They were Ironborn, young men eager for glory, lured by promises of gold and the old ways. The priest of Black Tide had blessed their cause. They claimed to fight for the true Kraken, not for the queen who spoke of mercy. Rowena met the prisoners herself, in the cold, echoing halls below the keep. She spoke to them quietly, asked them to speak for themselves. Some spat defiance, but others broke, confessing to dreams soured by tales of the drowned god's favor and the lost honor of raiders. She condemned the priest, stripping him of his titles and sending him to labor among the poorest fishers of black tide. The ringleaders she exiled to the mainland to serve in northern garrisons for a span of years. For the youngest, she gave a chance, work in the shipyards, a new life if they earned it by honest labor. There were mutters in the halls. Soft, dangerous, quickly drowned by Asha's sword and Yara's sharp tongue. The old men grumbled, but the young watched closely. Rowena saw a new caution in their eyes, and something like respect. Mercy, they learned, did not mean weakness. As autumn advanced, peace settled once more. Ships came and went from every horizon. Bravosy cogs with strange silks and glass. Riverboats from the Trident with grain. Traders from Sunspear with casks of sour red wine. Rowena's council grew skilled at balancing the needs of the Isles with the demands of distant allies. Herrick managed the fleets with a steady hand, and Mira's advice helped Rowena turn every negotiation to the island's advantage. Yet the greatest challenge came not from beyond, but from within. On Salt Cliff, a fever swept through the village, taking children and old folk alike. Rowena sent healers and stores of grain, then rowed herself, braving the storm-tossed seas. She walked among the sick, speaking gently, her presence a balm. The villagers, many of whom had muttered against her, who clung to the old days, looked at her with new eyes. When the fever broke, Rowena stayed another week, helping to bury the dead, comforting the living. It was said afterward that the queen had walked the edge of the drowned god's realm and come back with the sun behind her. Winter closed in hard and early, the storms battering the coast, but the Ironborn were ready. Food had been stockpiled, ships had returned to safe harbors, and every house in Pike offered shelter to those in need. Rowena paced the keep each night, checking the kitchens, the sick room, the nursery where orphans and foundlings were bundled against the cold. Each act of kindness, each night spent awake in the storm, laid another stone in the foundation her father had built. When the new year came, the people gathered on the cliffs, lighting bonfires to drive back the darkness. Rowena stood before them, wind whipping her hair, her voice clear above the roar. "We are Ironborn," she declared, "but we are not alone. We have learned to weather every storm, not with swords alone, but with open hands. Let the world know us as we are. Unyielding, but not unkind." They, the people cheered, and even the most skeptical among them felt the pride that ran deeper than blood. In the weeks that followed, Pike's halls filled with letters from lords and merchants, from the north and the reach, from distant Essos. Each one bore news or offers, but also something more, acknowledgement that the Iron Islands, once feared and shunned, had become part of the great fabric of Westeros. The challenges did not end. There were arguments among the shipbuilders, a riot on Orkmont over fishing rights, a brawl between two merchant captains that nearly sank a year's worth of profits. Rowena met each crisis with patience, firm and fair, drawing on every lesson Theon had taught her. She forgave where she could, punished when she must, always with an eye to the greater good. The children who grew up in those years learned a different kind of pride, not only in their ships or swords, but in the knowledge that their queen would see them through any darkness. Asha grew old at Rowena's side, her fierce laughter now a comfort in the quieter halls. Herrick became the silent spine of the court, respected and sometimes feared for his uncompromising loyalty. Yara and Oswald's children played in the yards with Rowena's own, learning together to braid the iron of tradition with the gold of peace. Mira, wise and content, sent letters filled with stories, advice and love, her name honored from Pike to White Harbor. And so the Iron Islands endured, not as a relic, not as a threat, but as a living promise. Ships still sailed into the storms, and the drowned god's psalms were still sung in candlelit corners. But now there were more tales of mercy than of blood, and more dreams of futures made rather than fates endured. Rowena Greyjoy grew into her reign as surely as her father had, her memory a bridge between what was and what could yet be. In her halls, beneath the roar of the sea, the children of the Iron Islands learned to cherish what peace could bring, and to carry it forward, unbroken, into the uncertain tides of tomorrow. And spring arrived early that year, the sea casting off its shroud of mist for clear blue, the first warmth quickening grass and wildflowers on the black cliffs of Pike. In the port, the noise of new ships' keels being laid out rang beneath the ever-present cries of gulls. Rowena Greyjoy rose before dawn, as was her custom. Pausing in the window's pre-dawn hush, she breathed deeply, catching salt and dew, watching the slow silver brightening where the horizon met the restless ocean. Every morning she remembered the feel of her father's hand on her shoulder, the weight of his quiet pride, and the expectation in his eyes. Theon had been king longer than anyone expected. In many ways, the Iron Islands had not known such peace in generations. That peace was her inheritance, a fragile, living thing requiring constant tending. She would never forget the price paid for it, nor the cost of letting it slip. She dressed in the simple manner her people respected: black wool, a pin of twisted iron, boots that still bore the scars of the shipyard. Down the narrow spiral, she passed tapestries, some faded with centuries, some new, showing the ships of her reign sailing beside krakens and wolves. In the kitchens, she spoke with cooks and scullery maids, asking about shortages and illness. She listened to every answer. By full daylight, the great hall of Pike bustled. The new council gathered, Asha, more wrinkled now, hair almost white, a force of nature even in old age. Harrick, always the silent observer, who saw what others missed. Yara, sharp-tongued and quick, and Oswald Botley, whose calm voice could steady a stormy debate. A handful of younger captains, Saltcliffe's boy, now a man, eager for reform. 2 daughters of Black Tide, fiercely loyal, rounded out the group. Mira Manderley, half counselor, half foster mother to Rowena, kept records and ensured no voice was overlooked. This morning brought news from the east. A raven from White Harbor. Rumors of pirates harrying trade routes near the Fingers and the Sisters. The North would send ships, but requested aid from the Iron Islands. Proof that old alliances remained strong. Rowena heard the report, then looked from face to face. If we act quickly, we remind our friends that the Kraken keeps faith. But we must not stretch ourselves thin. Asha nodded, eyes bright. Pick your captains well. If you send a fleet, let it be seen and felt. No half measures. I'll go, said Saltcliffe's boy, pride warring with nerves. My ships are ready. We've waited for a chance to show what we are now. Yara's mouth quirked. Let Black Tide's daughters command a galley each. And Oswald, you ride herd on them all. This is not a raid. We do not take, only defend. It was agreed. Rowena watched the young captains stride out, the old hunger for glory redirected, tempered by the knowledge of what their victories would mean for the realm. She signed orders and sent letters to White Harbor. Her words were careful. The Iron Islands stood ready as allies, not as conquerors. The fleet was off by noon, black sails gleaming, banners snapping. Asha watched from the wall beside Rowena, her gaze wistful. Do you ever wish it was you going out, instead of sending others? Every day, Rowena admitted. But this is the price of peace. The king or queen who stays, who listens, who weighs every cost before it's paid. Asha squeezed her hand. You bear it well, girl. Your father would have been proud. Within a fortnight, word came that the pirates were scattered and 2 ships taken. The new captains returned, battered but proud. Their holds filled not with plunder, but with rescued cargo and letters of gratitude from northern lords. For the first time, the Ironborn were hailed as heroes in White Harbor Square, cheered, fed, and sent home with gifts. This news brought new visitors. Ambassadors from the Reach and the Vale arrived with proposals for joint patrols and trade. The Master of Coin from King's Landing, a lean woman from House Redwine, came with a request for Ironborn shipwrights to help repair the royal fleet. Rowena's court negotiated contracts that favored the islands but kept the peace. Pike's markets grew more crowded. Its smiths and carpenters found work enough for all. Yet, there were whispers too. On Orkmont, an old priest muttered that the drowned god's will was being neglected. And in the wine-sour corners of the port, Some of the old raiders grumbled that peace meant slow death, if not in body, then in legend. Rowena never let herself forget these voices, nor let them grow too strong. She invited priests to the court to witness her justice, to lead prayers at ship launchings and harvests. She honored tradition without being ruled by it. Asha counseled bluntly, "You must let them see that strength has changed, but not vanished. Mercy is a kind of sword, but they'll only believe it if you show them its edge." Rowena made a point of attending the shipyards in person, hearing every dispute, issuing judgments with clarity and fairness. She was stern with those who tried to cheat their fellows or shirk their duties. A few times, when caught stealing or plotting violence, men and women were sentenced to hard labor on distant isles, their fates clear to all. But there were more pardons than punishments, and always a chance for the wayward to redeem themselves. One stormy night, Harrick found Rowena in the chapel, where she lit candles for the drowned and the lost. "There are days I wonder if it will all hold," he said quietly. "So much depends on men's hearts, not just on walls and ships." She looked at him, seeing the ghost of Theon in the lines of his jaw. "You helped build this, uncle. If it lasts, it's because we remembered what it cost to change." Harrick smiled faintly. "If only all the world could learn from these rocks and waves." Years turned. Oswald Botley's wife bore twins. The Black-Tide daughters each took apprentices and taught them to command. Saltcliffe's boy, no longer a boy, married a woman from House Manderley. Witnessed by half the North, the wedding a riot of banners and salt and song. Mira grew frail but sharp, teaching Rowena's youngest how to read and reason, telling stories of Theon and the world he had shaped. The Iron Islands prospered. No one went hungry, not even in the hardest winter. Orphans found work in the shipyards. Widows were given pensions. Trade flourished, and even the old priests grudgingly admitted that the gods must not disapprove of so much plenty. Disputes with the mainland were settled by negotiation, not steel. Rowena traveled to White Harbor and Winterfell, meeting with Stark and Manderley, feeling the North's pride and suspicion dissolve into genuine trust. One autumn, a storm unlike any in a generation battered Pike. Waves climbed the cliffs. Half the fishing fleet was lost or stranded. Rowena led the rescue herself, lashed to a line on the jetty, pulling men and women from the surf. In the days that followed, she walked the ruined docks, ordering repairs, distributing food, sharing in the grief of lost kin. Her courage became legend, her presence a balm to the frightened. That winter, a festival was held, the first of its kind in 100 years. Songs were sung, not only of raiding and conquest, but of the ships that had braved storm and hunger to bring home kin and grain. Children danced in the light of bonfires, their faces shining with a hope that would have stunned an earlier age. Rowena knew contentment, but she never called it victory. There was always work, a dispute over inheritance, a quarrel between rival captains, a harvest threatened by blight. She resolved each with care, never forgetting the lessons of mercy and patience. Asha died quietly, surrounded by kin, her last words a blessing for Rowena and a command. "Keep them safe, girl. And remember, you are Ironborn first and always." Harrick passed a few years later, his silence leaving a hole at council. Mira faded, but her legacy lived in every treaty, every letter sent to White Harbor and beyond. Rowena's own children grew. Her daughter, fierce as any kraken, led the shipyards with a steady hand. Her son took to the courts of the mainland, learning the ways of peace as well as those of war. Her youngest, gentle and clever, became the island's first master of healers, his name whispered with gratitude in every home. As Rowena aged, she spent more time at the sea's edge, walking the high cliffs at dawn and dusk. She watched ships depart for ports unknown, and sometimes saw her father's shadow at her side. Silent, proud, his iron crown weightless now in her memory. On her final birthday, the people of Pike and the Isles gathered in the square, lanterns glowing, voices raised in song. Children from every house danced together, and the old ones told stories not of blood and fire, but of the peace won by Theon and kept by Rowena. The festival lasted 3 days. On the 4th, a storm passed through, and when the sun returned, Rowena was gone. Her funeral was unlike any before it. Ships from every island and every corner of the north sailed in a great circle around Pike. Banners dipped low, horns calling over the water. Her body was given to the sea with tears and prayers. Her crown passed to her daughter in solemn ceremony. And the Iron Islands endured, the Kraken's banner flying not for terror or pride, but for a hard-won peace, a legacy of mercy, strength, and the patient labor of generations. The sea rolled on, unending. But within its grasp, the children of Theon and Rowena sailed into the future, unafraid, the salt of hope on their lips. Ya, Ka. In the quiet wake of Rowena's passing, the Iron Islands seemed to hold their breath. The spring that followed was gentler than most, the storms mild, the breezes carrying the scent of distant orchards as well as brine. Rowena's daughter, Maren Greyjoy, was crowned beside the black stone of Pike's ancient keep, her hair unbound, her eyes solemn as the priests anointed her brow. The iron circlet fit easily on her head, but its weight was a thing only the heart could measure. The realm was assembled, lords and shipwrights, fisherfolk and traders, men and women of every isle, joined by delegates from Winterfell, White Harbor, Old Town, and even distant Bravos. Maren felt the gaze of her ancestors in every banner, every hush that fell before her first words as queen. She spoke not of conquest, nor of old wounds, but of her mother's legacy. She remembered Theon's story and Rowena's, and promised not to lead the islands backward, but onward, ever changing like the sea, but steadfast in peace. Asha's ghost was never far. Maren had inherited her grandmother's iron wit and her taste for risk, and in her council, Asha's stories were retold as parable and warning. Harrick's silence, Yara's sharp tongue, Oswald Botley's prudence, all lingered as lessons in the minds of those who'd grown to adulthood beneath Rowena's careful hand. Maren's counsel reflected a new age. There was Norrin Saltcliffe, young and passionate, born to reform and order. Jella Blacktide, a shrewd and respected shipbuilder. Maester Miles, sent from the Citadel at Old Town, whose advice was tempered with mainland perspective. And Lysa Botley, the first of her line to serve as captain of the Kin's Guard, sharp-eyed and uncompromising. Early in Maren's reign, the council faced a test. News came from the east. A storm-driven ship from Volantis limped into Pike's Harbor, battered and leaking, bearing refugees. Men, women, and children from the free cities, fleeing not war but drought and famine. The ship's master, gaunt and sunburned, pleaded for sanctuary. The Ironborn, once feared for cruelty to strangers, now looked to their queen. There were voices of suspicion, and a handful of grumbling captains muttered about outsiders taking food from Ironborn mouths. But Maren recalled her mother's example. She opened the storehouses, offered the refugees work in the shipyards, and placed their children among the island's own in schoolrooms and workshops. The decision drew cautious praise from Old Town, and word of Maren's mercy spread across the narrow sea. Trade with Volantis and Lyse doubled within a year. Norrin Saltcliffe led a delegation to Orkmont to see the refugees' new settlement. He found the village thriving, new fishing boats, children learning the Ironborn tongue, and elders sharing old Volantine stories with the islanders. When he returned, he stood before the council and pronounced the experiment a success. "The Iron Islands grow stronger by what we welcome, not what we shut out," he said, echoing Maren's own words. Not all challenges came from beyond. The drowned gods' priests, uneasy with such change, pressed Maren for a return to the old rituals. They spoke of salt and sacrifice, of days when krakens ruled and the sea's wrath was a thing to be courted, not feared. Maren met them in the great hall, their black robes stark against the bright banners of her allies. "You are the keepers of our faith," she told them, "but faith is not fear. The sea takes as she wills, and gives as she will. My reign will honor both, but I will not send our sons and daughters to die for legend when there are new worlds to win." Some priests grumbled, but others saw the wisdom in her words. The drowned gods' rites grew less violent, more a celebration of the sea's bounty and the endurance of those who made their homes on the edge of the world. In Maren's second year, a fleet of ships arrived from Bravos, bringing with them the Sea Lord's envoy, a lean, dark-eyed woman named Syra Naros, famed for her negotiation skills and her cool judgment. She sought an alliance. Braavos would supply wood and gold. The Ironborn would supply ships and trained mariners. Together, they could dominate the trade routes from the Stepstones to the Shivering Sea. Meryn welcomed Syra with honor. The talks were long and careful, held over many days as storms battered the coast. The Ironborn were wary of any deal that would tie them to foreign powers, but Meryn guided the council with the patient strength her mother had taught her. In the end, an accord was signed. Ironborn ships flew the twin banners of Kraken and Braavosi sword, and the island saw prosperity like none in living memory. It was during these years that Meryn's brother Euron, named not for the crow's eye, but for the memory of a peace forged from pain, set out on a voyage that would become legend. With a handful of volunteers and 3 sturdy ships, he sailed west beyond the known world, hoping to find lands beyond the Sunset Sea. Months passed with no word. Some whispered of shipwreck, others of discovery. When Euron returned at last, he brought with him tales of strange islands, new fish, and even a sailor from the far lands who spoke no tongue anyone recognized. The islands buzzed with rumor and excitement. Meryn ordered a feast for the returning crews and invited the stranger into her household to learn and to teach. Under Meryn, the shipyards reached a golden age. New hulls were designed, sleek, swift, as suited to trade as to war. The Ironborn taught their craft to apprentices from the Reach and the Riverlands, earning coin and respect in equal measure. The sea became a thread that wove the isles into the fabric of the world, rather than a moat isolating them in old grudges. But not every current could be charted, nor every tide tamed. In the 4th year, a disease swept the Western Isles, carried by rats from a Braavosi galley. The fever took quickly, first children, then the old, and then, heartbreakingly, the strong and young. Maester Miles worked without sleep, aided by Meryn's own youngest, an apprentice healer. The queen herself visited the sick, carrying food and fresh water, comforting the dying. When the fever broke, half the village at Saltcliffe had perished, but the survivors spoke Meryn's name in gratitude and awe. That winter, the drowned god's priests performed a new rite, one of mourning, not rage. Meryn attended, head bared, offering her own prayer for the lost and the living. 1,000 candles floated down the tide, their light unbroken by the dark. Years slipped by, and with them the first wrinkles touched Meryn's eyes. Her daughter, Lyra, was fostered at Winterfell, learning not just the sword and shield but the lessons of negotiation and mercy. Her son, Theon, preferred the shipyards, and by 20 had designed a new class of galley that doubled the island's trading reach. It was during a midsummer feast. Krakens and wolves, roses and trout, even a lone Dornish banner among the flags, that Meryn received a letter from Dorne, a call for aid. Pirates plagued the southern coast, burning fishing villages, threatening the fragile peace between Storm's End and Sunspear. The council argued, some fearing overreach, others urging boldness. Meryn listened and decided a squadron of ships would sail south, not to conquer, but to defend. When the Ironborn fleet arrived off the Dornish shore, they were met with suspicion and fear. But Meryn's captains fought bravely, turning back the pirates and earning the trust of Dorne's princes. For the first time, Dornish ships followed Ironborn home to Pike, their holds filled with gifts, casks of wine, silver-worked daggers, silks the color of sunset. Songs were sung that summer in both realms, telling how the Kraken had become a shield instead of a scourge. The greatest threat came not from abroad, but from ambition within. Norrin Saltcliffe, now a respected lord, faced a challenge from his cousin, who claimed the right of the old ways, a return to iron price, a revival of raiding and fear. Meryn invited both men to Pike and convened a council, allowing every captain and lord to speak. The debate raged for 2 days. In the end, the captains chose Norrin, by open vote, and the cousin was sent into exile rather than death. It was the new way, and the islands accepted it. In her last decade, Meryn often stood on the cliffs at dawn, Lyra or Theon beside her, watching sails drift from every corner of the world. She taught them patience, the cost of power, and the price of mercy. When the storms of winter threatened, she reminded them of Theon's example. The hardest path is often the truest. When in doubt, choose what leaves the world less afraid. When Maren passed, peacefully surrounded by her kin, her people mourned, but not with despair. Her funeral was marked by the return of every ship on the sea. The Kraken banner was dipped not in mourning, but in gratitude. Lyra Greyjoy, queen after her mother, was crowned on a bright summer morning. The council stood behind her. Norrin Saltcliffe, Jella Blacktide, Lysa Botley, Maester Miles. As she spoke her first words, Lyra looked not to the past, but to the future, the legacy of 3 generations of peace. And so, through storm and song, the Iron Islands endured, not for fear, nor for blood, but for the hope that had been planted, tended, and at last, made to blossom in the salt air. The sea's voice was softer now. In every corner of the realm, from Pike's black towers to the green fields of Harlaw, the people of the Iron Islands knew themselves as something new. Children, not just of the storm, but of the promise peace can keep. Wow. Lyra Greyjoy's first days as queen began with a steady, quiet reign. The islands seemed to exhale under her ascension, mourners lingering at her mother's bier, fishermen leaving ribbons on their prows. The great hall still hung with both the black and gold kraken and the green wolf of the north. Lyra accepted her crown in the sight of every Isles captain and every priest. The ceremony stripped of old terror and blood, replaced by the solemn rituals of hope her mother and grandmother had built. The world was watching. Raven after raven arrived at Pike, some carrying careful blessings, others veiled threats or unspoken expectations. The Reach sent gold-leafed scrolls, the North a rough-spun banner woven with the Stark direwolf. The Sea Lord of Bravos wrote in his own hand, acknowledging not only the new queen, but the legacy she inherited. The legacy of mercy and vision, of trading wind and iron for peace. Lyra's council formed quickly. Norrin Saltcliffe, ever the reformer, held the purse and the ports. Jella Blacktide, now the master shipwright, rebuilt the Pike yards after a harsh winter gale. Lysa Botley commanded the Queen's Guard, her loyalty unwavering, while Maester Miles, gray, careful, learned, served as a voice of history and perspective. Her brother Theon, though less drawn to counsel, came often to her chambers with news from the shipyards or the market, his keen mind always searching for the next innovation. From the first, Lyra sought to prove herself, not in the old ways, but by showing that peace and prosperity could thrive even as the world beyond the islands grew less certain. A harsh drought swept the mainland. The Dornish sent urgent appeals for grain, and the Riverlands petitioned for salt and shipwrights. In a single council, Lyra approved a flotilla, 24 ships bearing grain and fish, their holds filled from the stores of every isle. The Queen's word was law, but her command carried the weight of decades of trust. Her actions sent ripples through Westeros. In Sunspear and Old Town, merchants spoke of the Iron Queen who sent food, not fire. At White Harbor, the Manderleys hosted a feast for the Ironborn captains, the first in living memory. Lyra attended herself, riding north on a swift, starlit ship, greeted on the docks by lords and smallfolk alike. She dined in the great hall of Winterfell, exchanging memories with the old Stark, who remembered her grandmother's stories and the days when krakens and wolves warred instead of wed. At home, Lyra faced challenges as her mothers had before. Not all Ironborn were content with peace. The priests of the drowned god, chastened by 2 generations of patient reform, began to whisper that the Queen's mercy would invite weakness. Some of the older captains, especially from the Far Isles, grumbled over mead that too much trust had been placed in mainlanders and foreigners. There were skirmishes, minor but troubling, between rival crews on Orkmont and Saltcliffe. Lyra answered with firmness and transparency. She called a great assembly on Pike, summoning every captain, every priest, every merchant of standing. The hall overflowed with the banners of every house, and the tension was palpable. She stood before them all, her voice measured and clear. My mothers built this peace, but I will defend it. The sea changes, and so must we. Our ships will still be swift, Our iron will still be strong. But our future is not only for ourselves, it is for all those who look to us for hope, for trade, for justice. Those who sow discord in the name of pride will find no home here. The speech was not met with wild cheering, but it was met with respect. Even her critics recognized the steel beneath her words, and the way the council stood at her side. Lysa Botley's captains kept the order. Norrin Saltcliffe, whose own youth had been marked by skepticism, spoke quietly in support, his word carrying weight in every port. That summer, Lyra made a tour of the Isles. She spent nights in the smallest villages, sharing bread with fishers and farmers. In Orkmont, she settled an old feud by dividing a disputed reef and inviting both families to work it in common. On black tide, she watched a launching of 3 new galleys, sleek, fast, each one named for a virtue: patience, justice, renewal. She took counsel with the priests, sharing meals and prayers, but never yielding to pressure for a return to blood sacrifice. In private, she asked Gela Blacktide to sponsor feasts for the poor after each harvest festival, an old rite recast as generosity rather than fear. Bit by bit, even the most conservative voices softened, seeing that faith could survive in compassion, that the drowned god's bounty was found not in terror, but in the daily miracle of survival on the sea. Theon, ever restless, dreamed of new voyages. With Lyra's blessing, he and Gela designed a great cog, wider and deeper than any before, meant not for raiding, but for the long run to distant Ashai, or even beyond. When the Sea Dreamer sailed from Pike with a volunteer crew, Lyra herself poured the first cup of salt water over the bow, blessing their voyage in the old style, with a wish for fair winds and new lands. The ship's departure was a festival, drawing crowds from every isle, their cheers echoing off the rocks as the sails caught the wind. Word soon came from Bravos, from Lais, even from far Norvas and Pentos. The iron-born ships were welcomed in every port, their captains feted, their goods prized. Norrin Saltcliffe negotiated a new treaty with the Sea Lord himself. The agreement sealed with a gift, a blade forged from the ruins of old Valeria, its edge etched with krakens and waves. But not all was tranquil. Late that autumn, pirates from the Stepstones struck at a convoy bound for the Riverlands, killing a dozen sailors and burning 2 ships. Lyra convened the council at once. Lysa Botley demanded reprisal. Norrin urged caution. Maester Miles recalled the dangers of escalation, but also the peril of appearing weak. After 2 days of debate, Lyra acted. She dispatched 3 warships under Lysa's command, instructing them not to seek vengeance, but to find the pirates, offer them a chance to surrender, and bring them before a tribunal. The campaign was swift. Half the pirates surrendered after battle, swayed by the promise of mercy. The ringleaders faced trial in Pike's Hall, witnessed by merchants from every nation. Their sentences were harsh, but just. Most were given work repairing the damages they'd caused, learning skills in the shipyards and forges. The lesson was clear: the Iron Islands did not seek domination, but would not permit chaos on their seas. This act won Lyra new respect among the merchant houses of the East, and the Riverlords sent gifts and envoys. Even in the free cities, stories spread of the Iron Queen who punished by law, not whim, whose ships were a promise of order in an unpredictable world. That winter, a strange ship appeared off Pike, her sails striped in colors none recognized. The captain, a young woman with eyes like polished onyx, spoke of lands far beyond the Sunset Sea, new peoples, new crops, even stories of dragons' return. Lyra welcomed her as an honored guest, listening for hours to tales of storms, strange gods, and far horizons. She asked Theon and Gela to prepare another voyage, this time to sail west with the new allies, to see for themselves the truth of these wonders. The fleet left with blessings and hope, the islands alive with anticipation. Lyra understood. To remain strong, the Ironborn must not shrink from the unknown. The seasons circled. Lyra's children grew, as did those of her counselors. Orphans and apprentices found a home in Pike's halls and the villages beyond. Every harvest, every launching, every winter festival was marked not with dread, but with celebration. a tribute to the long labor of peace, the faith that storms would pass and the sea, once their greatest threat, could be their greatest promise. When Lyra grew old, she walked the cliffs as her mother and grandmother had, watching sails slip into the dawn. She saw her daughter command the shipyards with a sure hand, her son studying the stars and the tides, dreaming of distant lands. Her counsel had changed, Norrin had passed. Jella retired to her shipwright's house, Maester Miles' place, taken by a clever apprentice from the Citadel. But the bond of trust endured. At her last council, Lyra spoke little. She listened as her daughter debated trade routes. Her son questioned the risks of a new westward voyage. The priestess of the drowned god, herself once a foundling, offered prayers for mercy and strength. Lyra watched and knew her work was done. She died in her sleep one starlit night, the sound of waves and wind all around. Her passing was mourned with song, her body given to the sea, her crown, iron, unchanged, plain, placed on the brow of her daughter before all the isles. And so, through the efforts of 3 queens, the Iron Islands were transformed. Once feared, now envied. Always watched, they became the heart of a web stretching from the Sunset Sea to the Summer Islands. Their name was still spoken with awe, but now, in the markets and feasting halls, in the shipyards and shrines, it was spoken with hope. The sea, eternal and wild, bore the children of the Kraken into the future, unbroken by war, unbowed by storm, bound always to the hard, enduring promise that peace could outlast even the most furious tide. A.K. The dawn following Lyra's burial broke like a promise fulfilled. Cloudless, sea and sky gilded gold, the winds gentle and constant. For 3 days and nights, the beacons blazed atop every island's tallest tower, each flame a silent oath from the Ironborn, to remember not only their queen, but the fragile precious peace she had wrought from centuries of storm. Her daughter, Mela Greyjoy, accepted the iron circlet in the sight of lords and small folk, her voice hoarse from tears and resolve. Mela stood not only in the shadow of queens, but as the inheritor of their vision, the soul of salt and iron, shaped anew for a world remade. The transition of power was seamless. Years of careful stewardship had prepared the realm for such moments. Mela's council was younger, more diverse than any before. Sons and daughters of every house and trade. A black-tide fosterling, a healer from Orkmont, a trader from the Reach, even a Pentoshi exile who'd married into House Saltcliffe. Illa Blacktide, now half-crippled by age but sharp as a drawn blade, was kept as senior advisor, her stories guiding Mela through every new trouble. Yet for all the outward calm, the realm was shifting beneath the surface. The world beyond the Iron Islands was restless. In King's Landing, a child queen sat uneasy upon the Iron Throne. Her regent, a shrewd cousin of House Tyrell. The Lannister lion had faded to rumor. The Reach bloomed with prosperity and intrigue. The North, bound by generations of alliance, faced its own anxieties. Winter growing shorter, summers longer, harvests abundant, but always shadowed by memories of hunger. In Dorne, a new prince, bold and restless, sent out envoys seeking alliances against the unknown. Mela began her reign as her mother and grandmothers had, by listening. She called every captain and priest pike for a great assembly. The salt of the old ways mingled with the honeyed speech of diplomats. The priests of the drowned god, now women and men in equal number, led prayers as much for the living as the lost. At her right hand, Mela placed Ismene, a child of Volantene refugees, now a ship captain and hero of a dozen trade runs. At her left, her cousin Herrick, a master shipwright with no taste for politics, but an unerring sense for justice and the moods of the islands. There was talk of new ships, faster and broader, built to sail the deep seas and bring back goods and news from the west. Mela pressed for innovation. Sails woven with fibers learned from the Summer Islanders, hulls treated with strange oils from far Ashai. The Ironborn had once scorned learning from outsiders. Now, Mela taught that every lesson brought home was a victory. Trade thrived. The sea routes that Lyra had opened stretched farther. Every market day saw new faces. Bravosi jewelers, Summer islanders with baskets of fruit and spice. Pentoshi selling glass and silk. Ironborn gold returned home in crates and sacks, but also in stories and friendships. Mela insisted that every island send its young folk abroad for a year. Some to apprentice in the Reach, some to serve as scribes in White Harbor, some even to the temples and counting houses of Bravost. But prosperity brought envy, and envy brought danger. It began with whispers. Ships lost on the western horizon, pirates grown bold beyond the stepstones. When 3 cogs vanished on the run to Old Town, the council grew uneasy. Ismene pressed for patrols. Herrick demanded a show of force, but Mela held back, fearing that old habits might turn peace to war if met with haste or pride. She sent envoys first, letters to every port and court. Let it be known, the Iron Islands sought not retribution, but justice. Not retaliation, but restoration. The response was mixed. The Child Queen in King's Landing sent gold and promises, but no ships. The Reach offered words and a feast, but little else. Only the North responded in kind. 2 warships sent to the Stepstones, crewed by both Starks and Manderleys, a joint banner flying from the mast. Mela's patience paid off. Within months, the pirates struck again. This time a Stark ship, not Ironborn. The North, insulted and grieving, pressed for swift vengeance. Mela gathered her council and sent out the fleet, not for glory, but to offer terms. Surrender, trial, and if the pirates laid down arms, clemency. Some laughed. But the first pirate ship to surrender was given food, water, and a chance to serve as laborers on the ruined piers of Orkmont. Others soon followed. Those who refused were met with force. Swift, final, and public. A year passed before the trade lanes were truly safe again. The lesson lingered. The Ironborn would not be provoked, but neither would they bend. Mela's justice, spoken of from the free cities to White Harbor, became a new standard for the seas. Her council kept the records, tales of pirates who became shipwrights, traders, even respected captains. Not all survived, but many did, and the island's population grew with each new arrival. Yet not all wounds healed so cleanly. On Harlaw, a drought struck hard, withering crops, emptying wells. The black-tide ships ran food north, but soon even their stores ran thin. Some captains whispered of raiding, of taking what the land would not give. Mela traveled herself to the stricken villages, listening, sharing in the meager harvests, directing rationing and repairs. When an old man cursed her for breaking the old ways, Mela sat by his fire and listened to his story, then rose and called a feast with the last of the season's stores. "We will share what we have," she said. "And when the sea gives again, all will remember who stood together." Her compassion drew letters from every corner of Westeros. The Riverlands sent grain. The North sent timber. Even Dorne's prince sent barrels of sweet wine. To slake the thirst of a people who know hardship and hope alike. When the rains returned, the Harlaw villages recovered, and Mela's legend grew. She had not won them by fear, but by sharing in their hunger. Every year Mela traveled farther. She visited Dorne, sat in the water gardens among orange trees and fountains, learning the intricacies of trade and the language of the desert lords. She sailed to Bravos, standing before the Sea Lord and walking the canals, seeing firsthand how trust and caution could build an empire. She even spent a winter in White Harbor, learning the art of compromise at the knees of Lady Manderley herself. It was in White Harbor, one cold morning, that word arrived. A fleet from the Sunset Sea, battered and wild, flying banners no one recognized. Rumors flew of new lands, new peoples, of a world beyond the western horizon. Mela returned to Pike at once, gathering her captains, her council, the priests, and shipwrights. They debated long into the night. Some feared what lay beyond, others hungered for adventure. At last, Mela made her decision. She would send a great fleet west, not to conquer, but to learn and trade. Every house sent a ship. Ismene was chosen as admiral. The priests blessed the prows in a new rite, a prayer not for victory, but for discovery and safe return. The fleet sailed amid cheers and tears, their sails silvered with hope, While the fleet was away, life on the islands found new rhythms. The children of immigrants became shipwrights and sailors. Festivals grew grander, drawing traders from all the known world. The sea, always a challenge, became a bridge, not a wall. Even the priests spoke less of drowning and more of surviving. The drowned gods' prayers tinged with gratitude. The fleet returned 2 years later, battered but triumphant. They brought spices, tales of cities on cliffs, maps inked in unknown tongues, and a dozen strangers eager to learn the Ironborn ways. There were losses, but the bounty outweighed the grief, and the children of every house dreamed of sailing farther. As Mela aged, she began to withdraw from daily affairs, leaving the council more power than any monarch before her. Her final acts were simple. She ordered the building of a vast new hall at Pike, not for war, but as a place where the Isle's children could learn every craft and art. She asked for the creation of a fleet's archive to preserve the stories of every voyage. And on her last day, she sat beside the sea with Jella Blacktide, watching the sun set on waters that stretched beyond any map. When she died, the islands mourned. Her daughter, born of mixed Ironborn and Volantine blood, became queen. The council, now a gathering of every race and creed, stood with her. The Kraken banner flew not for terror, but for possibility. And so the Iron Islands passed into legend, a people who had remade themselves, a realm unbroken by the worst of its past and unafraid of what the sea might bring. The storm at last had become the wind that carried them ever onward. Okay. Mela Greyjoy's passing was marked by 3 days of rain, the sea thrumming with a gentle mourning, as if the world itself paused for the end of a dynasty forged from storm and remade in peace. The new queen, Ismene Greyjoy, stood atop Pike's highest parapet as the last banners of her mother's funeral fluttered and fell, her hair unbound, eyes the color of wet iron. She was the first of her line born, not only of the Kraken but of Volantine blood. Her accent, a faint and lilting echo of distant shores. Her hands as calloused as any shipwright's. Her coronation was a gathering of nations, Ironborn, Pentoshi, Northmen, and Braavosi, all standing together, banners mingled in the salt breeze. Ismene's council was a tapestry of the new age. Galen Saltcliffe, her half-brother and the realm's greatest navigator, born to both the tides and the counting house. Mira Botley, captain of the Queen's Guard, a woman famed for defeating pirates and for her swift laughter. Maester Janara, youngest in her order, a woman of the Reach who spoke 7 languages and kept 3 ravens always in her tower. Jella Black. Ismene's first act was to open the new hall at Pike, where the children of every isle, and those of newcomers too, were taught letters, numbers, the building of ships, the lore of winds and tides, the laws of peace and trade. It was a noisy, wild, hopeful place, and Ismene walked its corridors often, her boots echoing alongside the laughter of orphans, the lessons of Braavosi scholars, and the tales of sailors who had seen 100 harbors. But the world beyond the Iron Islands did not stand still. The child queen of King's Landing came of age, and her first act was to claim the trident as her own. The lords of the Riverlands, tired of peace imposed from afar, bristled at the change. Raids on river traffic increased. Pirates, some calling themselves sons of the drowned god, others no more than desperate men, harried ships from both sides, then vanished into the tangle of isles along the fingers and the neck. Ismene sent her ships not with fire, but with envoys and strong captains. She recalled the old lessons, first to learn, then to judge, only last to strike. Galen Saltcliffe commanded a fleet that moved as quietly as a rumor, shadowing pirates, mapping their hideouts. Mira Botley led sorties that seized 3 pirate holds without bloodshed, capturing more men than they killed and offering them a choice: work and food in the Iron Islands or exile to the distant east. Most chose the chance at new lives. When a Stark ship was lost, Queen Ismene sailed to Winterfell herself, dining with the Lord and Lady of the North, renewing the vows of alliance in a feast of fresh-caught fish and rare autumn apples. She returned with a dozen wolf banners, flying them alongside the Kraken on every convoy bound up the Trident. Raids ceased, the message clear. The Iron Islands would defend not only their own, but all those who kept the peace of the salt and the green. But there were those within who doubted. On Orkmont, a group of young captains began meeting in secret, dreaming of the iron price and the glories of old. They spread word among the restless. The children of peace who, never having known true want, now longed for the stories of battle and loot sung by half-drunk priests. Ismene did not ignore them. She invited their leaders to Pike, sat with them in the hall, listened to their boasts and challenges. "Would you break the world your mothers and fathers bled to make?" she asked, eyes bright with neither threat nor condescension. "Would you burn what you have not built, for the taste of salt and steel in your mouth? The world is watching. We are strong, but we are not so many that we can spare ourselves." She did not punish, but neither did she yield. She gave them commands, patrols, new ships, responsibility. Some failed and returned, chastened but wiser. Others thrived, finding in duty the glory they thought only war could bring. Ismene's rule was marked by ambition. She opened new trade with the Summer Isles, learned their tongue, sent ships even farther west, mapping unknown archipelagos where gold and obsidian washed up on black sand. She funded a council of healers, drawing scholars from the Reach and Dorne, teaching new cures and old magics alike. The Iron Islands became a crossroads, not just for coin and cargo, but for stories, knowledge, and peace. Her half-brother Galen took a flotilla to the Jade Sea, returning 3 years later with hulls full of spices, silks, and a rare white flower that bloomed only in the dawn mists beyond Ashai. The ships of the Ironborn became the envy of the world. Swift, sturdy, built to last and to bear more than war. But peace was a living thing, and every living thing has its enemies. When an outbreak of fever swept through Harlaw, Ismene sent healers and food, riding herself through the quarantined streets, comforting the sick, digging graves when no one else would. She earned the loyalty of the old and the young, but also the hatred of a handful of priests who called her soft, warning that the sea would turn against any ruler who denied the drowned gods' old rights. She met with them beneath the stormy sky, letting them pour water over her brow and call on the gods' favor. "You say mercy is weakness," she told them, "but what is the sea if not mercy, as well as strength? Does it not feed us, carry us, bear us home?" Some priests left her side, but most stayed, their faith changed by her example, their sermons growing less harsh. In time, even the most stubborn learned to tell new stories, of storms survived, not battles won, of children taught to read, not only to row or raid. As Ismene aged, she fostered her own heirs across the world. A daughter to White Harbor, a son to Sunspear, another to Bravos, all learning what it was to be both Ironborn and kin to the wider realm. In her later years, she spent hours in the Great Hall of Learning, listening to children recite poetry and recite the rules of trade, sketching ships on scrap parchment or dreaming of stars. Her greatest joy came when her daughter returned from the north, cloaked in wolf fur, voice full of laughter, her hand entwined with that of a stark squire. Their marriage was celebrated not with a raid or a conquest, but with a festival of ships. Every vessel in the islands was launched at dawn, their sails painted with flowers and krakens, their decks strewn with petals and lanterns. In the twilight of her reign, Ismene watched from the tower as the harbor flickered with 1,000 lights. She heard the laughter of children who would never know the taste of famine or the terror of the reaver's horn, who would inherit not the legend of the drowned, but the hope of the living. And when the time came, she passed as quietly as she had reigned. In her sleep, with the sea at her window, the peace she had built echoing in the voices of her people. Her daughter, now of 2 great houses, became queen on a bright spring morning. And so the Kraken banner rose once more, not for blood, nor for pride alone, but for all the generations that had dared, across storm and sorrow, to imagine the Iron Islands as home. The sea rolled on, restless but not wrathful, bearing the Ironborn ever forward. And from the halls of Pike to the ports of the summer sea, the tale of 3 queens and a daughter who learned to love both the storm and the sun would be told for as long as waves broke on stone. Ciao. Indi. The first dawn of the new queen's reign swept the Iron Islands with a burst of sunlight rare, even in the farthest west, scattering the night's last shreds of mist from Pike's battered towers. In the courtyards below, the people gathered, fishermen in their salt-stained boots, children with braids hung with sea glass, warriors wearing polished iron for the first time in a generation, not as a threat, but as a promise. The bells rang slow and steady as the council, old and young, gathered for the coronation of Rhaella Greyjoy, daughter of Ismyn, granddaughter of Mela, great-granddaughter of Lyra and Rowena. Each of them a link in a chain that now stretched past the memory of fear and storm. Rhaella stood in the hall with her stark consort, Ice and Salt, joined at last in the hearts of a new age. Her crown was unchanged, iron, plain, cold, and strong. She wore her hair loose, a nod to her great-great-grandmother, and in her first words to the assembled captains and priests, she spoke not only of the sea, but of the wind that crossed it, the promise of each horizon, and the lessons of 100 years of peace. "We are ironborn," she said, her voice clear. "We know the salt and the wind and the weight of history. But our strength is no longer in what we take. It is in what we build and what we choose to share." "Natty, and the council echoed her with their own words. Maester Janara, now stooped and silver-haired, recited the laws of mercy and kinship written by Mela. Galen Saltcliffe's heirs, children of mixed blood and varied tongue, swore to uphold justice on every dock and at every mast. Mira Botley's son, captain now, promised the Queen's Guard would defend not only the crown, but the right of any person, native or newcomer, to live without fear. It was a festival day, but also a working day. The port bustled. From every horizon ships arrived bearing gifts. Olives from Dorne, marble from Bravos, bronze mirrors from the Summer Isles, and from White Harbor, a wolf pelt, and a letter from the Stark matron herself. A blessing, a warning, a reminder that peace was as much a labor as any winter harvest. That spring, Rhaella's reign began not with a voyage of conquest, but with a journey of gratitude. She sailed to every isle. Saltcliffe's terraced fields, Harlaw's library, Blacktide's shipyards, Orkmon's singing stones. She ate at the tables of fisherfolk, dined with foreign traders in the new merchant quarter, watched as children of all backgrounds recited their lessons in the great hall of learning. At each stop, she listened, taking in grievances, hopes, plans. Some worried that the world beyond was shifting once more, that the Ironborn might yet be called to war if the old lions and dragons of the mainland rose again. Rhaella answered each with patience and candor. "We have not forgotten how to fight," she said on the black sands of Old Wake. "But we do not fight for pride. We fight to protect what was built with so much pain, by so many hands. The Kraken's arms are wide, but so is the sea. There's room for all who choose peace. Minorser. Insel. Niurtor." The sea, as always, tested her. Late that summer, a great storm battered the islands. 3 days of wild wind and hammering rain. The new harbor at Pike, with its reinforced breakwaters, held fast. Only a handful of boats were lost, and no lives. The council coordinated rescues, food for the marooned, repairs for the broken hulls. When the clouds lifted, the people lit lanterns on every quay and dock, a festival of lights to honor the lives saved and the work yet to do. But peace, Rhaella knew, was not only threatened by the sea. Beyond Westeros, a new free city had risen, a confederation of exiles from Lys and Tyrosh, whose fleets began to challenge old trade routes. Reports came of ironborn ships harassed or taxed at distant ports, of tempers flaring in merchant halls, of secret alliances that might one day mean war. Rhaella convened her council and summoned envoys from the Reach and Dorne, from the north and the Summer Isles. They met for 10 days beneath Pike's painted beams, debating alliances and tariffs, sharing tales and warnings. Maester Janara advocated patience. Mira Botley's son demanded vigilance. Galen's heirs urged innovation. Some voices, new and old, called for boldness. for a display of strength to remind the world that the Ironborn, though gentle now, were never weak. Rhaella listened to them all, then sent her own fleet east. Not for plunder or intimidation, but for negotiation. She wrote letters with her own hand, offering shared patrols of trade routes, safe harbors for all peaceful ships, a new treaty that would bind the free city to the wider world, in mutual profit and protection. It was not simple, nor did every negotiation end in triumph. Some rival captains remained hostile. A few ships did not return. But slowly, steadily, the Ironborn way of peace proved itself. Ships from the Confederation began to visit Pike and Harlaw, their sailors welcomed with salt bread and sweet wine, their goods displayed beside those of the North and the Reach. A new language grew on the docks. A blend of Old Tongue, Volantene, and the dialect of the Far Isles, rough but full of laughter. At home, Rhaella's reforms deepened. The Great Hall of Learning expanded, adding wings for medicine, navigation, the arts. Orphans from shipwreck and war were taken in, taught to read, to build, to command ships of their own. Festivals became as frequent as prayers. Spring for the planting, summer for the sea's bounty, autumn for harvest, and winter for the memory of those lost to the storms. At each, the queen walked among her people, her consort and council beside her. In time, a crisis emerged, not from without, but within. Saltcliff's easternmost village, resettled by families from Bravos and Lies, was struck by a sickness unknown. Children weakened, elders died, the healers' remedies failed. Fear threatened to divide the newcomers from the old families. Blame was whispered in the market. Rhaella responded not with decrees, but with presence. She sailed with her healers, slept in the sick village, tended the dying with her own hands. She ordered every ship's crew to bring herbs and medicines from across the world, and offered pardon to any trader who risked the storm to deliver them. The sickness passed at last, not through magic or miracle, but through steady care and patience. The memory of the queen at the bedside, hair bound back, sleeves rolled, became a legend that would last 100 years. Her reward was unity. The resettled village, once shunned, became the most loyal in the Isles. Songs were written and sung on every ship. The Ballad of Rhaella's Lantern, telling of the Queen's light at the darkest tide. The story spread to Bravos, to the Summer Isles, to the halls of Winterfell. Years passed. Rhaella's children grew. One a poet and healer, another a shipwright, a third a merchant with a gift for tongues. The council changed faces. Mira's son grew old. Maester Janara was succeeded by a young man from the Stormlands. Galen's grandchildren became renowned for charting new trade winds. The Ironborn name, once feared, was now coveted, a badge of endurance, innovation, and fairness. As she aged, Rhaella watched from her tower each evening as the harbor lights flickered on. Red, gold, blue, green, the colors of every land the Kraken's ships touched. She wrote letters to the child queens and old kings of distant realms, exchanged gifts of learning and lore with the Citadel, sent her grandchildren to foster in Sunspear and Bravos. When her time ended, Rhaella passed as her foremothers had, quietly, at home, the sound of surf beneath her window, the scent of sea lavender and fresh bread from the kitchens. Her funeral was a festival, her life celebrated as a story not of conquest, but of community. Her heir, the first of her line to be chosen by open vote of council and captains, stood before the assembled realm, holding the iron circlet and reciting the vow spoken by Rowena generations before. Let the sea change, let the wind rise. We are Ironborn and we are not afraid. We are Ironborn. And so, as the years wheeled on, the Iron Islands thrived, a people remade not by the storms they survived, but by the peace they chose, and the world they built with their own hands, always facing forward into the dawn. So began a new chapter in the annals of the Iron Islands. The queen chosen not by birth but by the voice of council, and captain was Lysa Blacktide, daughter of a shipbuilder and a foreign healer, raised as much in the halls of Pike as in the salt-stained yards of Blacktide. She stood on the dais in the great hall, iron circlet in hand, the eyes of 1,000 men and women upon her, Ironborn and Greenlander, merchant and sailor, priest and orphan, each hoping for a glimpse of the future they had claimed as their own. Lysa's first act was to bid her council stand beside her. She called forth not only the eldest and most honored, but also the young and ambitious, those who had built new ships, mapped new waters, fostered peace with distant lands. With her stood Daron of Saltcliffe, a navigator who had charted winds to the Jade Sea, Mara Harlaw, a weaver of tapestries and treaties alike, Kellen Manderley, a merchant son from White Harbor, now master of the port, Rachni, a Summer Islander's daughter who had risen from foundling to captain, and Maester Corlin, a dark-eyed woman whose chains glimmered gold. The hall was hushed as Lysa knelt, Maester Corlin placing the iron circlet on her brow. Lysa rose slowly, the sun catching the lines of her jaw and the callus of her hands. Her words, when they came, were measured and honest. The Iron Islands were once ruled by storm and blood, but our power is not in what we destroy. It is in what we endure and what we dare to build. Each of you has shaped this peace. Each of you will shape what comes after. I will not rule alone, nor above you, but among you. Let us face every wind together. A great cheer went up, not just from the nobles, but from the shipwrights and children gathered in the galleries. The bell at the sept pealed, the halls of the drowned god echoed with prayer. But the celebration was short, for the council reconvened at sunset, knowing the world beyond their shores was always shifting. A new decade was turning in Westeros. The North was ruled by a Stark lord, whose mother was of Dorne, and whose sister had married a free city's prince. The Reach was governed by a council of lords and merchants, as quick to plant new orchards as to send ships abroad. The Iron Throne, that ancient seat, now stood empty. King's Landing ruled by a triumvirate of lords and ladies who prized gold and grain above banners and war. But the seas were never still. Word came that the free cities were restive. Braavos and Lys jostled for trade and influence. The Summer Isles sent envoys warning of storms, both of weather and of men. Across the narrow sea, a new pirate king had arisen, one who named himself Crow's Eye, claiming distant kinship with old Euron Greyjoy. His fleet harried the Stepstones, burning merchant ships, capturing crews and cargo, threatening to choke the arteries that fed the Isle's prosperity. Lysa called her council to Pike, the chamber alive with debate. Some urged immediate war. Others pressed for negotiation or alliance with the Braavosi. Maester Corlin read aloud a letter from the Citadel, urging caution. The last time the Ironborn had gone to war without cause, the cost was counted in generations. Lysa listened, then made her judgment. A fleet would be sent, but not to conquer. She commissioned Daron of Saltcliffe and Rachni to lead a squadron, half war galleys, half trade ships. Their orders: protect the convoys, offer terms to any willing to leave piracy behind, and, if forced, destroy only what could not be turned to better use. The fleet set sail, banners snapping. Kraken, Merman, Seahawk, Summer Isle's sun. Songs rose from the docks, hopeful and fearful, as families watched their kin depart into the dawn. The campaign was neither swift nor simple. For months, Daron's ships patrolled the Stepstones, dodging ambushes, rescuing captured crews, trading coin and bread for information. Rachni, bold and cunning, brokered a fragile peace with two pirate captains, offering them the protection of the Iron Islands in return for safe passage and honest work. The Crow's Eye himself proved elusive, a master of disguise and misdirection, always a storm on the horizon. Back in Pike, Lysa held council with envoys from the Reach, the Summer Isles, and even the Riverlands. Mara Harlaw oversaw a gathering of shipbuilders, agreeing on a new design, a hybrid vessel, fast enough to evade pirates, sturdy enough for deep-sea trade. Kellen Manderley coordinated grain and timber deliveries, ensuring the islands would not want for food or materials if the fighting grew worse. It was Maester Corlin who brought the greatest news. Her network of ravens and spies had discovered the Pirate King's base, a hidden cove on the southernmost stepstone, defended by treacherous reefs and a half-mad loyal crew. Lysa dispatched word to Daron and Rachni at once. sending with them 3 of the new galleys and a cadre of healers trained in both Northern and Summer Isles medicine. The final battle was fierce. The Pirate King, draped in iron and crow feathers, fought like a man possessed. 3 ships burned. 2 more were captured, and Daron himself was wounded in the thigh. But when the smoke cleared, the iron-born flag flew over the cove, and the prisoners, pirate and captive alike, were fed, questioned, and given the choice of service or exile. The Pirate King, his identity revealed as no true Greyjoy but a sellsword from Tyrosh, was tried by council and sentenced to lifelong labor on the breakwaters of Old Wake. When the fleet returned, the harbors overflowed. Rachna and Daron were hailed as heroes. Mara's new ship design was celebrated, and Kellen's stores ensured every family had a feast to mark the peace. Lysa addressed the crowd herself, warning that vigilance must never fade. "Peace is not a gift," she said, "but a garden we tend together, storm after storm." The years that followed were marked by more than struggle. The Iron Islands flourished. Rhaella's Great Hall of Learning expanded to 3 wings, one for navigation and shipwright craft, one for healing and the sciences, and one for song, poetry, and law. Children from across Westeros and the free cities came to learn, some remaining, some returning to their homes as envoys and friends. Trade with the Summer Isles brought not only wealth, but new plants, medicines, and customs. Festivals were held for the first catch of the season, for the building of every new ship, for the equinox and the longest day. Faith evolved too. The drowned gods' priests found themselves debating with healers and scholars, and new rituals arose, rites of gratitude and remembrance, not only for the lost, but for the return. A new tradition took hold. Each year, the council nominated a Voyager of the Isles, a boy or girl chosen for bravery, kindness, or invention. The winner was sent on a journey with the fleet, then returned to tell their story in the Great Hall, inspiring all to dream beyond the horizon. Through all this, Lysa ruled not with iron or fear, but with listening, learning, and the quiet insistence that every person, born on these rocks, or drawn here by fate, had a stake in the future. She aged with the Isles, her hair streaked silver, her face weathered by wind and salt, her laughter carrying across the quays. When her strength began to fade, she called her council together. "Let the next queen or king be chosen as I was, by voice and by deed, not by birth alone. The world is wide and wild, and it will belong to those who dare to build, not merely survive." Her last days were peaceful, spent watching ships come and go, hearing the shouts of children, the low hum of song from the harbors. When she died, the council gathered beneath the painted beams of Pike's Great Hall, the iron circlet lying in a pool of dawn light. Again, the vote was held, open and fair, and a new ruler was chosen. Another child of mixed blood, another dreamer, another builder. And the Iron Islands, once a byword for ruin and wrath, entered another century of peace. A nation of sailors and healers, traders and poets, wise enough to know the cost of storm, bold enough to shape their own calm, and always willing to cast off for the next unknown shore. Ga. The Iron Islands awoke to a new age beneath banners bright with Kraken gold, and the subtle greens and blues of foreign trade. The council's vote had raised Crinna Manderly, niece to Catelyn, daughter of a White Harbor merchant and a black-tide navigator, fostered on Pike and tempered in every shipyard and hall from Orkmont to Sunspear. Crinna wore the iron circlet lightly, for her hands were never still. Always writing, mending, charting, her fingers stained with ink and sailmaker's pitch. The coronation was held beneath a cloudless sky, salt winds and seabirds circling as the whole realm gathered on the broad quay at Pike. Rachni, now admiral of the fleets, placed the crown, and Mara Harlaw, white-haired and nimble as ever, recited the oaths. The crowd cheered for their new queen. But Crinna quieted them with a raised hand and spoke plainly. "I am the child of 100 voyages and a dozen homes," she said. "The sea has always been our law and our teacher. My crown is nothing but a promise, to keep learning, to keep listening, to keep building." The Iron Islands belong to all who have the courage to shape them. Thus began Crinna's reign, a time remembered in story and song as the long harvest, when peace was not only defended, but deliberately tended, and the world beyond the waves grew ever closer. It was a season of change across Westeros. In the north, the Stark bloodline had branched into new alliances. Their lord was wed to a princess of Dorne, their heir fostered in Old Town, and the Wolf's banner hung alongside many others at every feast. King's Landing was ruled not by a single monarch, but by a council of great houses. Manderly, Tarly, Tyrell, and even Lannister, each vying for power, but all bound by the memory of the ruin that followed the last great war. Crinna's first challenge was famine, not at home, but in the Reach. Unseasonable storms ruined grain and fruit. Blight crept through apple orchards and wheat fields. The Reach, once the breadbasket of the continent, sent out quiet pleas for help. Crinna called her council. Grain and salt fish from the islands were loaded into galleys, bound for Old Town and Highgarden, with every cargo stamped, "By the hand of the Iron Queen. May you never hunger." This gesture rippled far. The Council of King's Landing invited Crinna to their court, and she sailed upriver, her fleet an escort of shining hulls and bright banners. She found the capital changed, Rick bustling, still fractious, but no longer fevered with dreams of conquest. In the Red Keep's hall, she dined with the council and with envoys from the free cities, Bravos, and even the distant Jade Sea. In every council she spoke not of war but of exchange. How to share seed and knowledge, how to weather storms together, how to guard against pirates and famine alike. Many doubted, some scoffed, but more listened and not. By the time she left, the Ironborn were spoken of not as raiders or relics, but as arbiters of a new peace. She returned to Pike to find her realm thriving. The Great Hall of Learning, now a veritable university, welcomed new masters, healers from Lys, mathematicians from Volantis, a Dothraki horseman teaching the science of breeding and trade. Children from every house and creed studied alongside one another, learning the histories of both war and peace, the math of tides, the secrets of sails, the laws of the sea. Yet beneath the promise, there was always challenge. Off Orkmont, a fleet of Cohoric traders began charging passage tolls, demanding tribute from Ironborn galleys. The council met in secret, some urging retaliation, others patience. Crinna sent not warships but envoys, led by Mara Harlaw's youngest, a skilled negotiator. The mission was tense, nearly ruined by an ambush. But at the last, the Cohoric agreed to a new accord. Shared tolls, mutual protection against pirates, a tribunal to settle disputes. The Ironborn had traded steel for law, and won. Crinna's boldest act was the founding of the Isle's first assembly, a gathering of not only captains and priests, but also shipwrights, merchants, healers, and even farmers from the greenest corners of Black Tide. The assembly met twice a year in Pike's new forum, every voice given weight, every quarrel judged by open vote. For the first time, the Iron Islands were ruled not only by tradition or council, but by the will of their people. It was not always peaceful. Arguments flared, over taxes, over the hiring of foreign labor, over the slow erosion of the drowned god's old rights. Some on Harlaw and Old Wick chafed at the new ways, and a small group of Trueborns began spreading pamphlets and holding secret meetings, calling for a return to the Iron Price and the exclusion of outsiders. Crinna did not persecute them, but she met their words with deeds. She held festivals for the drowned god, invited the priests to the assembly, and asked them publicly how the god might bless a world that had changed. The wisest among them adapted, blending old and new in rituals of gratitude and remembrance, rather than blood and fear. Amidst these debates, the next generation was coming of age. Rachni's son won the title Voyager of the Isles, and spent a year among the Summer Islands, returning with wild fruit and even wilder stories. Kellen Manderly's daughter charted a new passage to the Shivering Sea, while Mara Harlaw's grandchild became the first Ironborn appointed to the King's Landing Council. Trade and learning flourished. The Pike shipyards launched their largest vessel yet, a floating library and hospital, crewed by healers, scholars, and young sailors from every corner of the Isles. The ship, named Peace of the Sea, sailed as far as the Free Cities and the Jade Sea, bringing aid and knowledge wherever she dropped anchor. Songs were written about her, and children raced to the docks whenever her green sails appeared. For all her successes, Crinna never allowed the Council or the Assembly to forget their vulnerabilities. She insisted on annual drills, both for storm and siege. Every village knew how to call for help, how to shelter, how to care for neighbor and stranger alike. When a hard winter struck Harlaw, every island sent food, wood, and healers, and the suffering was eased by the memory of having survived together. Her rule saw old lines of kinship remade. Marriages between Ironborn and Greenlanders, between sailors and scholars, became commonplace. Festivals honored both the drowned god and the Seven, the old heroes and the new. On the 10th anniversary of her reign, the Assembly passed the Law of the Sea. Any freeborn child, regardless of blood or birthplace, was Ironborn if they swore the oaths, learned the skills, and pledged to serve. Near the end of her reign, a challenge came from beyond even the Stepstones. A coalition of free cities, angered by the Isle's prosperity, tried to blockade Pike, sending 50 ships to choke trade and force concessions. Crinna called every captain, every merchant, every farmer to the hall. "We will not answer steel with steel unless all else fails," she told them. "Let our first weapon be unity." The Isle's fleets fanned out, not to fight, but to outmaneuver. Shipwrights opened hidden harbors and secret passes. Traders routed goods overland by river through the north and the Reach. The blockade faltered. The free cities, unused to resistance without battle, withdrew in confusion. Only then did Crinna send envoys, inviting negotiation, offering protection and shared routes in exchange for peace. By year's end, the Isle's ships sailed unchallenged, and several free city merchant houses asked for Ironborn captains to train their own. Crinna aged as the Isles did, her hair silvering, her laughter still booming from every market. In her last years, she often walked the cliffs alone, sometimes accompanied by grandchildren, sometimes by the last of the old captains. She died as quietly as any laborer, in her sleep, with the sea's wind at her window. Her funeral was marked by a procession of ships, lanterns shining from every mast, music and song carrying across the waves. The Assembly gathered to choose the next leader, not by birth, but by the vote of all who called the Isles home. The Peace of the Sea, her floating library, rang its bell, and in every hall and on every ship, a silence fell, a silence of gratitude and awe. So ended the reign of Crinna Manderly. And so the Iron Islands, once chained to violence and fear, moved deeper into a future that was wild, generous, and free. The Kraken's arms now open, welcomed not only their own, but all who dared to hope for something better across the salt-washed world. How? The salt wind bore with it a new spring, and with the passing of Crinna Manderly, the Iron Islands entered a season of reflection and renewal. The Assembly, their tradition now as strong as the stones of Pike, gathered in the great circular forum. Captains and healers, farmers and poets, shipwrights and the high priest of the drowned god, all called by bell and banner to witness the choosing of the next ruler. No name dominated the whispers of the quays and harbors. It was a testament to Crinna's work that leadership was not taken for granted, but given in trust and hope. In the days of debate and feasting that followed, the Assembly listened not only to the old families, but to the young, the children of peace, of mingled blood and trade, who had known the Isles only as a home of learning, not a nest of raiders. The name that rose again and again was Yara Saltcliffe, granddaughter of Rockne and Daron. Raised on the story-laden decks of the Peace of the Sea, herself a navigator, healer, and weaver of song. Her hands bore the calluses of rope and pen alike, and her eyes, sea-gray and curious, missed nothing. When Yara stood in the center of the Assembly, her voice was as steady as the tide. "I was born between worlds. My mother a trader's daughter from Pentos, my father the salt of Harlaw and Saltcliffe. I have seen what we gain when we trust, and what we lose when we fear. I do not seek to rule but to serve, as every Ironborn now serves the Isles and the world beyond. If you give me the Iron Circlet, I will wear it as a charge, to listen, to learn, to keep us always moving forward, together." The vote was nearly unanimous. On a morning swept clear by rain, Yara was crowned beneath the open sky, every house and banner represented, every ship in Pike's Harbor sounding her name in bells and horns. Her first days were marked by gratitude. She visited every isle, from the lush fields of Blacktide to the wind-blasted towers of Old Wick. In each place she left an offering, a new tool for a farmer, a book for a child, a song sung with elders in the market. She met with priests and teachers, with the master shipwrights and the heads of each learning hall. She walked the wharves at dusk, greeting travelers in their dozens of languages, sharing bread and salted fish, listening to laughter and the murmured stories of the realm's quiet revolution. Her council, too, reflected the new order. There was Arlo Harlaw, a historian who had chronicled every voyage of the Peace of the Sea. Sierra, a summer islander's granddaughter who directed trade as briskly as a storm. Maester Rin, a mainlander from Gulltown, healer and engineer. Galen the Younger, a poet and captain, whose verses were sung from Pike to Pentos. And Kira Manderley, a descendant of Catelyn, now a master. The challenges Yara faced were subtle at first. In the east, the Lyseni merchant houses tried to levy new tolls on all passing ships, testing the limits of Ironborn patience. The assembly debated, some calling for an embargo, others for patient negotiation. Yara herself sailed to Lys, meeting with the merchant princes, and in a week of careful trade, wit, and the sharing of medical knowledge from Pike's healers, she secured a lasting agreement. Ironborn ships would pay fair passage, but the toll would be set each year by joint council, and both Isles and Lyseni would provide rescue for any ship in peril. It was a compromise that saved lives and filled coffers on both shores. There were threats from the north as well. A new confederation of coastal raiders, remnants of old bitter clans in the far-flung wilds of the Neck, began attacking merchant cogs and fishing boats, seeking to revive the old terror of the Kraken. Yara responded swiftly, dispatching patrols led by her best and most trusted captains, many of them former voyagers of the Isles. Rather than retaliate in kind, the Ironborn offered the raiders amnesty. Any who laid down arms and accepted worker training on the Isles would be welcomed as kin. The offer was risky, but it paid off. Many raiders, weary of hunger and exile, surrendered. Those who refused found themselves outmaneuvered and isolated. For her compassion, Yara was praised across Westeros and beyond. The Wolf Lords of the North sent gifts. The Council of King's Landing sent gold and scholars. The Summer Isles sent rare birds and spices. The Isles' learning halls overflowed with new arrivals, and the Assembly voted to establish satellite halls on Blacktide and Saltcliffe, so that every child could be taught to read, to reason, and to rule themselves. Still, not all were content. A group calling themselves the Sons of Salt spread seditious songs in the shadows of Pike's alleys, warning that peace had softened the Isles, that foreign blood and faith would one day drown their heritage. Yara addressed the unrest with openness, inviting the Sons' leaders to speak at the assembly. Under the torches of the hall, she listened to their grievances and responded not with threats but with questions. What is strength if it cannot be shared? What is the iron price if it cannot be paid in labor, in learning, in loyalty to one another? Some hearts were moved, others left silent, but unrest ebbed as neighbors and kin chose unity over division. As the years passed, the Isles grew ever more cosmopolitan. Markets in Pike bustled with goods and tongues from 5 continents. The Assembly debated proposals for new harbors, for a fleet of hospital ships, for a festival of peace to rival the old king's war games. Yara presided with patience, delegating freely, encouraging every citizen to take pride in shaping the future. One of her boldest legacies was the founding of the Sea Guild, a league of sailors, merchants, shipbuilders, healers, and scholars from every land, bound by common law and the ideals of open trade and shared knowledge. The guild met each year on the Peace of the Sea, now the largest and most storied ship in the known world, and their gatherings became both a celebration and a parliament, sending forth ideas and treaties as valuable as any cargo. The isles themselves changed too. The old holds and towers became schools and libraries. The drowned gods' rituals continued, but so did celebrations of the Seven, of Arealor, even of new gods brought by travelers and refugees. Marriages between Ironborn and newcomers were common. So were new songs, new foods, new festivals. When a hard winter swept the north, Yara led the fleet herself, sailing up the White Knife with food and firewood, meeting the lords of Winterfell beneath the snow-heavy sky. Her ships became a lifeline, remembered for generations in the North songs and in every child who grew up, knowing hunger would never come from the sea again. In her final years, Yara was as much myth as queen. Her silver hair, cut short and salt rough, became a symbol of the Isle's endurance. Her songs, sometimes bawdy, sometimes wise, always full of longing for new horizons, were sung from Old Town to Bravos. The assembly continued to grow in power and sophistication, and her grandchildren learned to steer both ship and council with the ease of those born to two worlds. When she died, the Isles mourned, not with violence or fear, but with a week of light, lanterns set afloat from every dock and beach, thousands of them glittering into the endless dark. The peace of the sea led a procession from Pike to every island, bearing the iron circlet and the songs of her reign. The assembly, seasoned and wise, met to choose the next ruler. The candidates stood, Ironborn, Greenlanders, children of summer isles and free cities, all bound by a single oath, to keep faith with the sea, the law, and each other. And so, beneath a dawn bright with hope and the promise of new winds, the Isles prepared again to cast off toward the unknown. Undaunted, united, and ever ready to build, to dream, to endure. Kenai. The dawn that crowned the new assembly's choice was heralded by 1,000 ship bells ringing across the islands, each note picked up and carried by gull and wind, echoing from Blackdeed's quiet coves to the jagged cliffs of Pike. The forum filled with every kind of folk. The ancient blood of Old Wick in sea-washed braids, the golden curls of summer islanders, dark Lyseni merchants, stark-blooded children, orphans from every war, all woven together by decades of peace and purpose. Each had cast a voice or a token into the copper bowls of the assembly's circle. And at last, from the wide harbor of choices, a leader rose. Her name was Daria Pike. She was daughter of a piece of the sea captain and a pike fisherman's granddaughter, and her hands bore scars of rope and ink in equal measure. Her eyes were green as bottle glass, her skin weathered and brown from years aboard every kind of vessel. Daria had never worn silk or velvet but for assembly nights, and her closest friends were traders, carpenters, healers, and the women who sang the old songs on Orkmon's wind-blown quays. When Daria stood before the assembly, she lifted the iron circlet, not a crown, but a tradition now polished by a century of steady hands and shifting tides. The silence was complete, broken only by the hiss of the tide against the breakwater. "I am not a queen," she said, her voice carrying clean and sure to every row. "I am your chosen, and the Isles are our charge together. We have built peace as our ancestors built ships, with patience, with pain, with every lesson learned from wind and wreck. If you trust me, I will steer us by the stars we've kindled. Justice, mercy, courage. I will serve all who call these islands home, and all who come in peace." 1,000 lanterns were lit on the water that night, the harbors glowing with hope and relief. The iron circlet was set on Daria's brow by a shipbuilder's daughter and a priest of the drowned god. Their hands joined. The ritual ended in a song not of war, but of tides and change. The Kraken's arms are wide, sung in 3 languages. Daria's first acts set the tone for her reign. She walked the docks, visiting every shipyard, listening to complaints about oarwood, celebrating new hulls, learning from the oldest boatwrights and the youngest apprentices. She asked every child at the Pike learning halls what they dreamed to become. The answers were as varied as the sea: healers, poets, captains, cooks, translators, law-keepers, inventors. Her council was chosen by open contest in acclaim. Rima Blacktide, famed for brokering peace among feuding fishing families. Eleanor, a healer from Lys whose herbs and patience had saved hundreds during the last fever. Garros of Orkmont, a tall navigator with the map of every known coastline inked on his skin. And Michael Saltcliffe, a poet who had spent a year as a voyager and returned to tell tales of lost cities. There was also John of the Norths, son of a Stark squire, who'd chosen to serve the Isles as master of laws. And Jaen, a Summer Islander's foster son, who'd rebuilt the lighthouses after the storm and become a folk hero for teaching orphan children to swim and read. No single crisis dominated Daria's early reign, but 100 smaller storms blew across the horizon. In the east, a new order of merchant houses in Volantis sought to tax ironborn ships twice at every port. To the south, a fleet of would-be raiders, old blood from exiled houses, threatened the shivering sea's trade. At home, a poor harvest brought hunger to the smallest islands, and rumors flickered of a return to raiding. Daria met these trials with openness and resolve. She sent Rima to Volantis, not with gold, but with gifts of crafted goods, pike knives, woven sashes, salted fish in casks, and 3 volumes of the Isles poetry. The merchant princes were charmed, and a compromise followed. Ironborn ships paid less toll in exchange for knowledge of new routes and weather signs, a wisdom the Isles had long kept to themselves. To the south, Garros led a squadron of fast galleys, sails black, hulls gleaming, to intercept the raiders. But rather than destroy them, he offered sanctuary and honest work. A third accepted, and the rest were scattered by swift action, the Isles' reputation for fair mercy growing ever stronger. The hunger at home was hardest. Daria herself led the distribution of food stores, riding in the bow of the Peace of the Sea, which now served as the realm's moving granary and school. She asked the assembly for volunteers to teach new farming and fishing methods, for healers to check every village, for carpenters to help rebuild what the storms had broken. The people rose to meet her. No one starved, and as the next spring came, the smallest islands boasted the greenest fields and richest catches in memory. Through all, Daria's rule was marked by celebration and humility. Festivals multiplied. The Festival of First Light, marking the new year with poems read at sunrise from every tower. The Week of the Nets, honoring the sea's bounty and the unity of the Isles. And the Festival of the Lanterns, when every child set afloat a lantern for a hope or a memory. Even in hardship, these rituals reminded the realm that every person, old or new, mattered. The learning halls grew larger and more ambitious. Daria herself sponsored the translation of histories from distant lands, the collection of songs and lore from every immigrant. Inventors from Laius and the Free Cities came to teach navigation by star and tide. A festival of peace brought poets, healers, traders, and shipwrights from the Summer Isles, Dorne, even the far-off Shadowlands. Pike streets rang with the music of 100 cultures, and the assembly debated in a dozen tongues. The Isles became a hub for diplomacy. Treaties were brokered between the Summer Isles and the north, between Dorne and the Reach, with Pike's council as trusted mediators. The Peace of the Sea sailed on goodwill missions as far as the Saffron Straits, returning each time with new maps, new seeds, new stories. John of the North oversaw a new code of laws, blending Ironborn custom and the statutes of the mainland, ensuring every person's rights, trade, and worship were protected. There were still shadows. Some old captains, unwilling to let go of memories of the Iron Price, tried to rouse discontent, but their words fell flat among a people who had learned the bounty of peace. When a cabal plotted to take the Peace of the Sea and return to piracy, it was children from the learning halls who raised the alarm. Conspirators were brought to trial before the assembly, their sentences just but not cruel. Service in the shipyards, exile for the worst, a reminder that the Isles would not rule by fear. In her third decade, Daria saw the Isles become the beating heart of half a world. Every port from Sunspear to White Harbor, from Bravos to the Summer Isles, looked to Pike as both market and model. Her council was sometimes turbulent, her assembly never silent, but the old dream, unity, safety, honor in labor and learning, held. When age and labor at last caught her, Daria summoned the assembly and, in a gesture now ritual, removed the iron circlet. She gave it to the forum, then walked with her children and grandchildren down to the quay, set a lantern upon the sea, and watched as it joined 100,000 others drifting in the dawn. The assembly met to choose again. The candidates were many. The child of a Lyseni merchant and a Saltcliffe shipwright, a healer from Old Wick, an orphan raised on Black Tide, a voyager who'd mapped the Jade Sea and returned with wonders. Each stood, not to claim power, but to offer it in service. And as the next leader was chosen, by voice, by trust, by hope, the Iron Islands sailed forward, ever open to the horizon, their legacy a tapestry of peace, hard won and held close, renewed with every dawn. Hi. The assembly of the Iron Islands, now as old and enduring as the salt air itself, filled Pike's amphitheater with a buzz of voices and the flutter of 1,000 banners, each one bearing symbols from every corner of their history. Kraken, wolf, merman, sun, crescent, fish, and the open hand of the new order. The iron circlet rested on a cushion at the center of the stage, its dull gleam no longer a token of solitary rule, but of the promise to serve the people, to listen, to hold peace against all tides. The candidates that stood to be chosen this cycle were more diverse than ever before. Among them were Marla Blacktide, a fisher's daughter whose fast galleys had rescued dozens from a Taroshi shipwreck; Edrin of Orkmont, a blind healer who had pioneered new treatments for fever using moss from the western cliffs; Tommen Saltcliffe, son of a Lyseni spice merchant, who spoke 4 tongues and had fostered on the peace of the sea; and little Josie Manderley, only 19, already the author of a dozen songs sung across Westeros and beyond. But the assembly's choice, after hours of testimony and debate, was a tall, quiet navigator, Aerys Pike, born to the rain-lashed keep and the docks below, educated in the new learning halls and seasoned by voyages from Bravos to the Saffron Straits. Aerys was a descendant of both Greyjoy and Saltcliffe, but the bloodline that mattered most was the one they'd forged in life. A string of rescued ships, a record of honest arbitration in disputes, 100 small kindnesses and great acts that had bound the islands tighter together. When the bells rang and Aerys stepped forward, the crowd grew silent. He knelt, then stood, refusing the old pose of submission for one of strength among equals. His hair was streaked silver by the sun, his hands broad and calloused. He lifted the circlet, then held it out for the assembly to see. "This is not my crown alone," Aerys said, his voice calm and certain. "It is the promise of every hand that built this harbor, every child that learned to read in our halls, every voice raised in council, every ship that sails under sun or storm. I will wear it for you, and with you, and only so long as your faith endures." It was a coronation marked by celebration, not spectacle. Lanterns floated on the sea, laughter and songs filled the night, and the assembly held an open feast where even the humblest visitor could bring bread or story to the table. Aerys began his reign with journeys. He sailed not only to the Great Isles, but to every rocky spit and sandy atoll, from the deep forests of Black Tide to the wind-battered cliffs of Old Wick. He asked the people what they needed, what they feared, what dreams they carried. In every port he was joined by a small council, captains, healers, shipwrights, and the children who would one day lead. A new age of exploration bloomed. The Isles' shipyards produced a generation of broad-beamed, deep-hulled vessels, library galleys, as they came to be called, filled with books, seeds, medicines, and teachers. Every island, even the smallest, now had its own learning hall and clinic. The assembly funded scholarships, sending iron-born and newcomers alike to learn in Old Town, Bravos, Volantis, and far-off etc. Aerys's council reflected the world he hoped to nurture. His chancellor, Mara Orkmont, was a former pirate turned scholar. His master of trade, Davan, was a Tyroshi exile, whose mother had washed up on Saltcliffe as a child. The high priestess of the drowned god was a woman of both faith and science, her rites gentle, but her counsel sharp. Healers, teachers, poets, navigators, and orphans, all found voice in the assembly, now held twice each season, with every isle sending delegates, and with children always permitted to ask questions from the floor. Yet the world was always changing, and even the island's peace had to be guarded. The free cities were locked in fresh rivalries. Braavos' fleets competed with Lys and Pentos for control of the narrow sea. Dorne, the Reach, and the Riverlands quarreled over river rights and trade tariffs. The North sent warnings of unrest beyond the Wall, of exiles and wild folk raiding far coasts. When pirates struck at the shipping lanes near the Stepstones, Aerys dispatched not just war galleys, but hospital ships and diplomats. In one sharp skirmish, 24 lives were lost, but 100 more were saved by ironborn healers who risked their own lives to pull men from the burning water. When the surviving pirates were captured, Aerys visited them himself. In a gesture now familiar, he offered each exile a choice: labor for restitution and citizenship, or safe exile with a stipend to begin anew in another land. Most chose the Isles, and over time, the sons and daughters of those pirates became citizens. Their skills in sailing and barter turned toward peace. The assembly set aside a new district in Pike for the Returned, a place of open doors and patient teaching, where every feast was a mix of old tales and new plans. But not every voice was content. A new movement called the Tidemakers emerged among a handful of ambitious young captains, demanding the right to claim foreign shores by force if trade or negotiation failed. Aerys did not suppress them, but invited debate in the assembly. The Tidemakers' leader, a brash young woman named Saria, was given time to speak, to propose laws and policies. Each time the wider assembly voted against expansion by conquest, reminding all of the old pain, the hard-won trust, and the richness of peace. The Tidemakers found a place in the law courts and trade councils instead, learning to wield words and gold instead of axes. Under Aerys's reign, the Isle's prosperity deepened. New crops, saffron, olives, rare herbs, flourished in terraced fields. Every village had clean water, and famine was remembered only in song. Poets and inventors brought prizes home from every city. The Isle's engineers built the tallest lighthouse in Westeros at Pike's southern point, and a vast floating garden sailed from port to port, teaching farmers and feeding the poor. The learning halls became the envy of the world. Maesters from Old Town, healers from Lys, mathematicians from Braavos, artists from Dorne, all found work and welcome, and the Isle's own graduates were celebrated as arbiters, judges, and inventors across the world. The children of pirates, orphans, and outlanders all took their turns as voyagers of the Isles, and every return was celebrated with stories and song. Aerys's law was always the same. No man or woman is born to rule here. The assembly chooses, and the assembly may unchoose. Justice must be made together, for the sea takes the proud and the wise alike. In his last years, Aerys grew slow, but never bitter. He could be found walking the cliffs at dusk with children or poets, telling stories of the wild years, of peace bought dearly and kept by courage and patience. His granddaughter, a child of 3 heritages, often led him through the markets where every tongue was spoken, and every hope was for tomorrow. When he died, the Isles marked a week of silence and song. Bells rung at sunrise, lanterns sent afloat at sunset, every harbor festooned with the banners of a dozen lands. The assembly met once more, the iron circlet placed at the center, and a new leader was chosen by acclaim. No one feared what would come next. The Isles had learned to trust the process and the people, to welcome both change and tradition, to sail boldly into every dawn. And so as Kraken and Wolf, Sun and Star, all flew together in Pike's harbor, the legacy endured, a nation that had shed its chains of iron and fear, and found, in the hard, patient work of generations, a peace as deep and enduring as the sea itself. A mist-laced dawn crept over Pike's towers, silvering the worn stones and making the new lighthouse at the southern point gleam like a star fallen to earth. The assembly's bells sounded as the sea woke, low and resonant, heard across every island and cove. On this morning, the iron circlet would pass again, the Isle's oldest symbol now, as much a promise as a prize. Banners stirred in the harbor, some old as the age of heroes, others sewn with sigils only decades in the making, a tapestry of the Iron Islands' wild, blended lineage. The amphitheater filled with every kind of soul the Isles now called their own. Among the crowd were the sons of exiles and the daughters of scholars, the grandsons of fishermen and the grandchildren of healers from Bravos and Lys. The air buzzed with anticipation. Who would lead next, and what shape would their dreams give to the generations ahead? The process was patient, as always. The assembly opened with song, voices lifting a prayer for wisdom and unity to the drowned god, the seven and every small household deity that had found a place among the stones and spray. Then the candidates took the stage. Some bold, some shy, all shaped by the Isle's century of learning and trade. There was Lauren Harlaw, a shipwright who had designed floating granaries and the fastest skiffs in the West. Amira Saltcliffe, who'd taught the Isle's first blind and deaf child to navigate a ship. Catelyn the younger, an orphaned cook-turned-counselor, whose food and laughter united 100 squabbling crews. And Denny's Bravos, whose maps and histories had traced every known route, and many that were on legend. But the tide of voices rose for one candidate, Tala of Old Wick. She was short, dark-skinned, with a voice like a copper bell and eyes bright as stormlight. Tala had come to the Isles as a babe on a refugee galley from Myr. Raised by an iron-born widow, she became first a healer, then a leader among the orphans and outlanders, and finally a celebrated captain whose ship, the Lantern Child, had rescued hundreds from tempests and pirates alike. Her speech was plain but powerful. "We are not what we were," Tala said. "But what we become, we must choose together, by courage, by mercy, by never forgetting the price our mothers and fathers paid to change these islands from a legend of fear to a home of hope. I am only one of you, and if you choose me, I will answer to every hand that works, every voice that sings, every mind that dreams beneath our sky." Oh, the vote was overwhelming. Tala knelt not alone, but surrounded by her foster mother, her ship's crew, a priestess of the drowned god, and the last surviving student of the Peace of the Sea's first voyage. The iron circlet was placed on her brow, and Tala rose, holding the hands of those beside her. "The Isles are ours," she said, "to keep, to share, to mend, to send onward on every tide." Tala's reign began with action. Spring storms battered the coast, and a sudden fever struck the children of Harlaw and Saltcliffe. Tala sent not only healers but traveling teachers, turning every village hall into a clinic and classroom. She herself led the Lantern Child from island to island, treating the sick, calming the frightened, and listening to every old woman's remedy and every child's song. The crisis was met and passed by unity. The assembly, more practiced now than ever, coordinated relief without quarrel. When Lysini traders offered rare medicines in exchange for ironwork and learning, Tala made the deal, then invited the Lysini healers to stay and teach. They did, and the Isle's knowledge of medicine and herb lore deepened. As peace returned, Tala turned to new projects. Under her direction, the Isles built a fleet of floating gardens, barges and rafts that used every trick of Myrish glass, summer island irrigation, and pike carpentry. These gardens were floated out to sea in summer, drawing up rich fish, growing rice and greens, feeding the hungry and teaching innovation in every cove. She expanded the learning halls too, and for the first time, every teacher had a healer's skill. The children learned not just letters and numbers, but how to mend a wound, to sing a blessing, to read the stars and the weather. The Festival of Lanterns, now as sacred as any holiday, became a week of storytelling, healing, and games, where every Isle's child brought a lantern for each hope and each lost loved one. The world beyond the Isles was restless, but respectful. In the free cities, Lys and Bravos began to copy the Isles' floating gardens and libraries. The Reach sent its finest seeds and scholars, eager to learn new methods of farming and trade. The North and Doran joined the Isles in annual summits, exchanging lawkeepers, hosting feasts, teaching their histories in every learning hall. But threats still lurked. Some far coasts, envious of the Isle's unity and abundance, sent spies and agents to stir trouble among the old blood. One winter, a group of would-be raiders tried to seize the floating gardens and burn the warehouses of Saltcliffe. They were foiled by the swift response of not only the Watch but ordinary folk, who had learned from the Assembly that every voice and hand mattered. The raiders were tried by the Assembly, their ringleaders exiled, and the rest put to work rebuilding what they'd harmed. The Isle's law continued to evolve. Tala encouraged debate, opened every session with a question from a child, and made sure each assembly was attended by at least one voyager, one healer, one new citizen, and one priest or priestess. No law was passed without their voices. She declared the sea sacred to all faiths, and instituted the custom that every leader, before taking office, must spend a month in the poorest village and a month on a fishing boat. Catelyn's kitchens became a beacon for the realm's culture. Every feast featured dishes from every ancestry and tradition, and the festivals grew into week-long exchanges of recipe, music, and craft. Songs from Dorne and the Summer Isles mixed with the old Ironborn laments, creating a tradition as rich and varied as the people themselves. In Tala's 10th year, a terrible drought struck the east. Rivers dried, crops failed, and refugees from beyond the narrow sea fled to Westeros and the Isles. Tala did not flinch. She called the Assembly and ordered the floating gardens to be sent east, loaded with seed, water, and skilled crews. She invited every refugee, no matter their faith or tongue, to take shelter on the Isles, to learn and teach and work as kin. Some protested, fearing scarcity, but when the first harvest of the gardens was reaped, it was twice as rich as before, and the newcomers had become neighbors and friends. For her courage, Tala was honored in 100 lands. Braavos sent a golden bell, the Reach sent tapestries, even the Tidemakers, now a party of law and learning, sponsored a statue of the Lantern Child at Pike's Harbor. In old age, Tala remained tireless. She sailed, taught, wrote letters to learning halls, and was never above listening to the complaints of a tired fisherman or the dreams of a restless child. When she died, her funeral was simple. Lanterns filled the sea, and the iron circlet was sent around the Isles, each person, great or small, invited to touch it and remember what peace demanded and gave. The Assembly met again, the harbor bright with banners. The next leader would be a gardener's child, or a scribe, or a sailor. It scarcely mattered. The Isles had become not the legend of a single name, but the song and work of all who called the sea home. And so, with each new day and each turning tide, the Iron Islands endured, ever changing, ever learning, never forgetting that peace, like the sea, must be remade with every dawn. Okay. Summer broke over the Iron Islands with a clarity that was almost foreign, a sapphire sky, wild roses blooming among the rocks of Harlaw and Saltcliffe, the waves glittering beneath the highest tower of Pike. The Assembly, in session beneath banners for the Festival of Lanterns, had never been so full. Not just the ruling council and the candidates for the circlet, but villagers, healers, and children, foreign merchants and refugees, all packed the forum's great tiers. From far and near, every generation and walk of life gathered to witness the next chapter. The iron circlet, more symbol now than regalia, glinted on its stone, wreathed in sea lavender and olive leaves. Its history was read aloud in a dozen languages. Each voice, old, young, rough, musical, spoke a fragment of the long, hard tale, of storms and swords, of the lost and the returned, of the peace that had replaced the ancient iron price. Among the nominees, this season's Assembly was most divided in memory. Tala's reign was fresh and revered, but the times were restless, rumors of unrest in distant Essos, and the North's new council growing colder to old alliances. Many had come of age in prosperity, but some felt it fragile as a blown egg, fearing hunger, change, or an unknown wind from across the sea. The candidates embodied these anxieties and hopes. Kira Blacktide, born of a farmer and a Lysani healer, famed for leading the Isles relief fleet during the last drought. Andros Pike, the youngest captain to ever circle the summer sea and return. Joff Saltcliffe, a poet whose satirical ballads made even the Assembly laugh at its own pride. Misha Harlaw, a priestess, and a weaver who championed both the drowned god and the debates ran deep and honest. The assembly, by now a living engine of peace, did not shy from doubt. Some questioned whether the Isles could endure if another century of hardship returned. Others argued that the openness to refugees, while right and just, might strain what unity had been built. Many urged the need for new exploration, or for investment in the next generation of learning halls and medicine. Kira Blacktide stood at last in the center, a woman of broad shoulders and calm eyes, her voice carrying from the heart of the amphitheater to every shaded corner. We live by change and endurance. Every tide brings loss and gift. We cannot close ourselves off, or we become the fear the world once held for us. But we must also tend to what we have made. I am not the strongest or the cleverest, but I have learned to ask for help, and to stand when others fall. If you choose me, I will be by listening first, then acting with every voice, every hand, every heart that calls these Isles home. The vote was close, the closest in 3 generations, but Kira's call for unity and humility carried. Lanterns were set afloat on the first night, and the iron circlet was given to her by the children of 3 islands, Pike, Blacktide, and Oldwick, their small hands steady and sure. Kira's reign began in the hush after festival, with work as her blessing. She called the assembly into special session and listened, truly listened, for 3 days and nights to every grievance and hope, great or small. She visited the floating gardens with Ezran, and together they expanded the network to the last lonely rock and every small, hungry village. She sent Andros Pike and Joff Saltcliffe to Essos, not as merchants or warriors, but as peace-bringers, bearing medicines, new tools for farming and shipbuilding, and the poetry and stories of the Isles. They returned months later with news of unrest on the mainland, but also with new friends and trading partners. The Prince of Myr, a council of Volantine scholars, a circle of Bravosi shipwrights keen to learn the Ironborn's art of building for both storm and plenty. Kira's council was deliberately diverse, drawn from every faith and background. She asked Misha Harlaw to continue weaving both the new and old rites, and encourage celebration of every god and ancestor who had ever brought a soul to safety on their shores. She made Ezran master of gardens and water, overseeing the expansion of aquifers and crops as far as the Isles had ever seen. When hunger returned, not famine, but a season of thin harvests and poor catches, Kira's response was calm, organized, and compassionate. She opened every granary, sent ships for supplies, and called on the assembly to care for the poorest first. Festivals were scaled back, but no child went without a meal. The learning halls were opened at night for stories and song to keep hope alive. Trouble came, as it always must. A band of exiles from the western coast, angry at their own king's law, sought to seize Blacktide's harbors and return to piracy. They were met not with violence, but with a wall of islanders, healers, children, and elders, singing the songs of welcome and unity. Faced with the sheer stubborn will of a people determined to stay whole, most exiles accepted an offer to join the Isles' fleets as workers and apprentices. The few who turned to violence were captured and tried with compassion and fairness, their sentences just and their lives spared if they would take up peaceful labor. Kira traveled to the north when old friends grew cold, walking the snowy stones of Winterfell to remind them of bonds forged by generations. She sent grain and salt to Dorne and the Riverlands when drought struck there, and invited their young to learn and teach in the Isles' growing universities. She did not seek glory in distant war, but built glory at home, in gardens, learning, and the long, slow labor of peace. One of her greatest achievements was the founding of the Tidal Guild, a coalition of farmers, fishermen, teachers, healers, and shipbuilders, tasked with sharing innovations and solving disputes before they grew to quarrels. The Guild's annual festival became as important as the assembly, a gathering of every trade and every tongue. Here, the finest boat was launched, the best poem recited, the greenest seed exchanged. Her reign was not without sorrow. The fever that had struck Harlaw returned to take her mother, and the storm that battered Oldwick nearly claimed the floating gardens. In both times of grief and fear, Kira's leadership was steady, not always joyous, but always steadfast, always open to help and new counsel. As the years passed, Kira's hair silvered and her stride grew slow, but her laughter never left her. She taught her own grandchildren, adopted from all over the world, to fish and to read, to recite the tales of peace, to listen before judging. When the time came, she summoned the assembly, walked down to the quay, and left the iron circlet in the care of the children once more. Her funeral was a night of stories. Old captains told tales of storm and steel. Healers sang the laments of drought. Poets and orphans lit lanterns and set them adrift from every shore. As the new assembly gathered, they stood together, shoulder to shoulder, a chorus of 100 voices from every blood and every hope. A new leader would be chosen, perhaps a child of exiles, or a voyager, or a scholar from Dorne, or an apprentice from the smallest village. No one feared the future. The Iron Islands, built now on the faith of generations, on the refusal to surrender to fear or hunger or pride, sailed forward again, the Kraken's arms not grasping, but guiding, as the sea's oldest lesson carried them into the dawn. And so the story continued, not of lords or warlords, but of a people, undaunted, undivided, always mending, always singing, always setting lanterns to sea at each new beginning. Ika. The new assembly convened under a wide blue sky, the sea glass bright, wind heavy with scents of lavender, salt, and the faint tang of far-off myrrh. Banners flapped not only from the spires of Pike, but from every tower, every mast, every flagpole from Orkmont to Blackteed. Lanterns from the last nights, vigil still bobbed on the tide, some drifting out to join the endless current, others caught in kelp and foam along the shore. The Iron Islands, after 100 years of peace and reinvention, felt at once ageless and entirely new, a place where history was a garden, not a grave. The forum overflowed. Not just the lord's kin and old families, but crafters, sailors, healers, and their children, fisherfolk from the outmost rocks, foreign traders, university tutors from the learning halls, orphans and newcomers whose first language was not the old tongue. Pike had become the meeting place of the world's stray tides. The circlet rested on its granite block, bathed in light and in memory, touched, as tradition demanded, by every hand that wished for the island's peace. This time, the assembly's choice surprised many, though the signs were clear for any who'd watched the years. The next leader was not a captain nor a priest, not a healer or shipwright or poet. She was Arlena, a gardener and a scholar of seeds. Born to a Dorne-born spice merchant and a sailor of black tide, Arlena had spent half her life on the floating gardens, her hands brown and knotted as driftwood, her eyes green as young wheat. She was soft-spoken, sharp-minded, and known to every child who'd ever helped plant rice or rescue a pollinator from a storm-blown leaf. Her nomination had come not from the council, but from the Tidal Guild, a suggestion whispered by a dozen apprentices and quietly repeated until even the most senior assembly voices agreed. It was time, perhaps, for the Isles to be tended as much as steered. When Arlena stepped into the sunlight, her hair bound back with a cord of woven reeds, the cheers were quiet but unending. She knelt for the circlet, only to stand again and hand it to the smallest children among the gathered crowd, asking them to return it to her in their own time. She did not make speeches that first day. Instead, she walked the length of Pike's quay, greeting every trader and deckhand, asking after their crops, their water, their families. By sunset, she'd shared 6 meals and promised to send seeds or fish or a teacher wherever there was need. Her reign had begun before the bells finished their song. Arlena's first year was one of weather and work. The summer brought heat and drought even to the islands, old rivers on Harlaw running low, the floating gardens in need of careful tending. She summoned Ezrin the Green Hand from Old Wyke and Misha Harlaw the priestess, asking them to gather all who knew the land and the old rites. Together, they walked every garden, pond, and orchard. Farmers and children learned new ways to shade the crops, to save water, to keep the soil alive with the help of seaweed and compost, and old stories passed down through the years. At the same time, the world outside shifted restlessly. A new coalition of free cities tried to control the narrowest trade lanes, taxing or barring ships from the Isles. Some in the assembly demanded reprisals, blockades, tariffs, even the seizure of foreign cargo. Arlena counseled patience. She wrote letters herself to each city's merchant councils, offering not threat, but shared wisdom. The floating gardens techniques, recipes for drought years, and a promise to share the next harvest with every port that opened its docks to Ironborn and their neighbors. Within months, the standoff broke. Braavos sent a scholar to Pike to learn irrigation and fish farming. Lys sent poets and glassmakers. Volantis invited Ironborn engineers to help repair flood-damaged dikes. Trade resumed, not richer in gold, but in knowledge and respect. The assembly celebrated with a new festival, the exchange of gifts, where every family sent what they could spare, and every child was taught to welcome a stranger. But Arlena's focus remained, always, on the soil and the hearth. She walked the fields when rain finally returned, tending to the green shoots with bare hands, teaching as she went. When a fever swept through a salt cliff village, she slept among the sick, reading to them in the quiet hours, and refused to leave until every child was safe. Her leadership, gentle but persistent, became the story mothers told their youngest at night. Be as patient as Arlena. Be as kind as rain in drought. She encouraged the assembly to create a new circle, the Caretakers' Council, gardeners, nurses, bakers, menders, all with equal voice to captains and healers and poets. The circle grew quickly, resolving quarrels, pooling tools and seeds, teaching lost crafts. Festivals began to include competitions for the greenest garden, the best bread, the cleverest compost. Cooks, once humble, became honored guests, their recipes prized as much as any sword or poem. When hunger struck the reach, Arlena sent seed and instruction, not only food. Her letters, copied and carried to a dozen lands, began to shape the farming of half the Western world. Andros Pike and Joff Saltcliffe, now old but tireless, traveled to King's Landing to negotiate for open markets and joint learning halls. News returned of children's gardens planted in the capital's alleys, and of Ironborn folk welcome to teach in Old Town, Braavos, and beyond. Yet not all was peace. That autumn, storms lashed Blacktide and Orkmont. Many lost boats or homes. In response, Arlena led a fleet of volunteers to rebuild. No coin exchanged, only hands and hours given. The Festival of Lanterns that year honored the lost, but also the laborers and the children who had carried food and messages through the rain. A rumor grew, seeded by jealous traders from the east, that the Isle's generosity was weakness. Arlena answered, not with force but with a feast, inviting every foreign ship to Pike, filling the market square with food and music. She herself waited tables, laughing with old raiders and new sailors alike, her hands stained with earth and berry juice. Many foreign merchants left, not only with cargo, but with seedlings and friendship, the old grudges lost in song. The learning halls grew to rival those of Old Town, with study gardens, kitchens, and workshops always full. Every island's children spent at least one season on the floating gardens, learning the lessons of patience, adaptation, and shared labor. Arlena encouraged the writing of new histories, stories not just of battle or trade, but of how hunger was defeated by sharing, how drought became abundance through trust and knowledge. As the years ripened, Arlena became frail but never idle. Her hair went white, her laugh remained as strong as ever. She oversaw the building of a new hall at Pike, the Hearth of Isles, a place of warmth for any traveler, and the heart of every major festival. On her last birthday, every child in the Isles sent her a flower or seed. She answered each with a letter, and the gardens that spring overflowed with colors never seen before. When she died, her funeral was a planting. People from every island and port came with seeds, tools, and prayers. The iron circlet was set in a bed of earth, and the assembly swore their next leader would be chosen by the hands that tended the garden, as well as those who steered the ships. And so, as lanterns again drifted on the tide, and the floating gardens glowed with 100 fires, the Isles turned another page, a community of hands and hopes, sure that peace was not just a gift from wise rulers, but the daily, unending labor of everyone who called the sea and the soil their home. The Kraken's arms, now rooted as much as they reached, drew the world close, weaving each harvest and dawn into the promise of another new beginning. Donkey. Kind day. The spring that followed Arlena's passing was unlike any other the Iron Islands had known. For weeks, rain had pattered softly on every roof and garden, coaxing green shoots from the black soil and waking the apple blossoms early on Salt Cliff. When the assembly gathered, at the newly built hearth of Isles, sunlight streaming through its open arches, the square overflowed with people from every corner of the realm. Fishermen from the smallest rocks, scholars and healers from the learning halls, children cradling seedlings for the planting, foreign traders with silks and fruit, each one eager, uncertain, wondering who would next bear the circlet and how the Isles would weather the future. This year's candidates came from even farther flung corners than before. There was Soren, a stonemason's son from Old Wick, who had helped build the lighthouse and taught the village children their letters on stormy nights. Mira Blacktide, whose mother was Dothraki, and whose floating kitchens had fed half the Isles through 3 lean winters. She'd once ridden the peace of the sea to the ruins of Valyria, and returned with stories, seeds, and recipes from forgotten land. Jory Pike, son of healers, the Isles' youngest university chancellor, who had sent graduates to every city on the Sunset Sea. But the greatest surprise was Innes, a quiet youth born on the floating gardens, orphaned by a fever, fostered by 3 different families on 3 islands. Innes had never traveled beyond the Isles, but his hands had planted more fields and patched more nets than any 5 elders. His letters, simple, direct, unfailingly kind, had united quarreling villages, taught city-bred children to grow food, and soothed neighbors through storms and sickness. He was a legend already, not for speeches or boldness, but for the patient, gentle labor that had become the Isles' true strength. When his name was called, Innes nearly refused. "I'm only good at quiet things," he said, voice barely above a whisper. But the assembly laughed and cheered him on, and Mira Blacktide, herself smiling with pride, pressed the circlet into his rough hands. "We have had bold captains, wise healers, patient gardeners," she told the crowd. "Let us now trust a friend to all who asks for help." The vote was nearly unanimous. Innes knelt, then rose, awkward, blushing, but determined, to a sea of upraised lanterns and voices singing his name. Innes's reign began quietly. He kept no court, but wandered from isle to isle on foot or by fishing boat, always alone except for a stray child or elder who joined his path for a time. He slept in common houses, ate at whatever table welcomed him, and listened to every complaint and hope, leaking roofs, feuds over fields, stories of old gods and new. His first decree was not a law but a question. What is needed most, here and now? And he listened, taking the answers back to the assembly each month. The assembly itself was transformed under Innes. He insisted that every session begin with reports from the poorest and the newest arrivals. Every orphan, every foreign-born, every tradeswoman or apprentice was given a turn before the elder captains and priests. Disputes were handled not by debate, but by mediation circles. No decision finalized until every party was satisfied or at least understood. The assembly's minutes became stories, parables of loss and endurance, of kindness and reconciliation, passed from village to village in song and letter. The Isles thrived beneath his watchful eye. The floating gardens expanded, now ringed with reeds and wildflowers that drew flocks of birds and schools of fish. Each child spent 1 season working the soil or tending nets before entering any learning hall, and each graduate returned to teach at least once before traveling on. Sickness was met swiftly, with healers traveling by lantern boat, and no village lacked for food or shelter, even in the harshest squall. But Innes's greatest challenge came not from famine or storm, but from within. A faction had grown restless. The Old Iron, as they called themselves, men and women who believed the Isles had traded too much of their heritage for peace and gentleness. They sang songs of the old Kraken's wrath, called for a return to raids and the iron price, and scorned the newcomers, the healers, the gardeners. At first Innes said little. He attended their meetings, listened to their songs, and shared bread with their leaders. When the Old Iron planned a symbolic raid, A midnight march to seize the floating gardens. Innis was waiting for them on the wooden planks, sitting alone in the mist. He spoke softly as always. If you wish to hurt the Isles, you must begin with me. If you wish to rule them, you must learn to plant, to mend, to teach. Show me you can feed a child, heal a neighbor, build a boat, and I will step aside. The old Iron, faced not with anger but with challenge, hesitated. Some spat and left, but most remained, hearing in Innis' words a call they'd long forgotten, that the Isles had never been only about taking, but about surviving, enduring, helping one another through every storm. A year later, the old Iron's leaders were the most loyal gardeners, their songs now of mending nets, guiding lost boats, and caring for the orphans and wanderers who arrived in greater numbers than ever. The world took notice. When the city of Mer burned, refugees came west in battered cogs, welcomed at every harbor, and settled with food, tools, and lessons in gardening. Iron-born engineers sailed to Volantis to teach how to dig new aqueducts, and healers traveled as far as Old Town and the far north. The Isles' learning halls and clinics filled with new tongues and traditions, and every major festival was marked by stories from half the world. Under Innis, the Isles' prosperity became as much spiritual as material. Festivals were simpler but more heartfelt. Every lantern launched to sea bore a hope, a promise, or a remembrance of one who'd come before. The harvest feasts and exchanges of seed and craft grew into week-long gatherings where every faith and background mingled. The Hearth of Isles hosted gatherings of healers, poets, navigators, and gardeners. Laws and tales and songs were exchanged as eagerly as seeds and bread. In his 10th year, Innis founded the Guild of Hands, a council of craft and kindness, open to any soul who wished to help others, no matter their status or story. The Guild's emblem, a kraken with hands instead of tentacles, became a cherished symbol, sewn onto cloaks and banners across the Isles and abroad. Age crept upon him quietly. Innis, always shy, spent more time in the gardens, reading to children, teaching new arrivals to graft branches or mend nets. When he felt his end approaching, he gathered the assembly and the children, laid the iron circlet on a bed of wildflowers, and asked only, "Choose someone who listens, who cares for all." His funeral was silent, save for birdsong and the lapping tide. The next assembly met in a circle around his garden, and the circlet was lifted by a foreign-born orphan who'd become a poet, a healer from Saltcliffe, and a gardener from Pike. No one feared what came next. The Isles, grown patient and resilient, greeted each dawn not with fear or hunger or the pride of conquest, but with the humble hope that mending, tending, and listening would always guide them home. And as the lanterns drifted once more into the widening sea, the story continued. Every voice, every hand, every new day another thread in the tapestry of a people who had made themselves new, not by might, but by care, by kinship, by a peace deeper than the roots of any storm. Okay. The first full summer of the new reign dawned soft in gold, sun burning off the mist that clung to the black cliffs and green fields of the Iron Islands. From Pike to Saltcliffe, the sea shimmered, wind bells chimed on every mast, and the floating gardens stretched farther than ever, their lilies and rice beds dotted with children at work. The air was thick with the sense of salt, earth, bread, and blooms. At the heart of the Isles, the Assembly's hearth was alive at every hour, a place for stories, songs, the settling of quarrels, and the sowing of new plans. The new leader, chosen in the quiet after Innis' passing, was Mala. She was the daughter of a refugee from Mire and a weaver of Blacktide, known more for her patience and her hands than her tongue. For years she had tended the hearth's kitchen gardens and taught mending in the learning halls. She'd spent winters healing frost-bitten fishers, summers teaching children to save seeds and patch sails. Mala had no grand titles or voyages, but she had more friends and students than any in living memory. Her first days were spent not in the halls of debate, but among the people, walking the quays, sharing soup and work in the gardens, helping mend roofs after a spring gale. When she finally addressed the assembly, it was in her own kitchen, flour on her hands, children perched on the benches, the elders leaning in close. We have learned to listen and to feed and to forgive, she said. Now we must learn to last. Not only to endure storms or hunger, but to hold to each other when the world beyond grows uncertain, and to keep opening our doors, our fields, and our hearts. The assembly agreed. Mala's circle of counselors reflected the Isle's diversity. A healer from Dorne, a navigator from Old Town, a blacksmith's daughter from Pike, an orphan trader's son from the Summer Isles, and an elder priest of the drowned god, who now led the Isle's greatest festival. A week-long gathering of every faith, every island, every language. The summer's first challenge came not from famine or flood, but from a world turned inward. Far to the east, wars and plagues burned across the free cities. Fewer ships came to Pike, and those that arrived were filled with desperate people. Hungry, ill, frightened, bringing little more than stories in hands ready for work. The assembly met in long, difficult sessions. Some elders worried that the Isle's bounty would not last. The floating gardens could only grow so much. The granaries, though fuller than ever, were not bottomless. Would taking in more strangers risk hunger for their own children? Mala listened, then went herself to every floating garden, every field, every kitchen. She invited the new arrivals to teach what they knew: rice growing from the summer sea, beekeeping from the forests of Essos, new ways to salt and store food from the far north. Within weeks, yields improved, harvests were more diverse, and even the most skeptical elders found themselves grateful for new bread and stories at their tables. Still, not all accepted the change. A group calling themselves the Tidebound rose in Pike and Orkmont, agitating for closed harbors and a return to the old ironborn customs. They spread seditious songs, painted krakens with sharp, grasping arms on the granary doors, and whispered that the Isle's soul was slipping away. Mala did not order arrests. Instead, she called for a festival of stories, one that honored the old as much as the new. The Tidebound were invited to tell their tales in the hearth, and so were the refugees and newcomers. For 3 nights, the stories mingled, of raids and returns, of hunger and healing, of gods old and new, of families built and found. By the final night, the anger had softened. A Tidebound elder and a Summer Isles gardener exchanged recipes and songs, and young people from both groups left together to help mend a damaged pier. The crisis faded, not in triumph, but in relief and renewed trust. Mala spent that autumn working in the learning halls, helping to launch a new program. Each child, no matter their background, would spend a year on a different island, learning a new craft and sharing their own. Every harvest festival now featured a parade of these apprentices, who recited lessons and sang songs they had learned far from home. As the years passed, Mala's reign was marked by quiet, persistent progress. The floating gardens became more than a symbol. They grew to form a chain of green islands between Pike, Black Tide, and Salt Cliff, feeding not just the Isles but providing seed and fish for half the north. Pike's harbor was rebuilt to handle the new ships arriving from Volantis, Dorne, and even distant lands beyond the narrow sea. The Hearth of Isles became a place where law and tradition braided together. Priests blessed new boats beside healers who taught herbs and meditation. Smiths crafted tools alongside artists carving krakens and wolves into the market gates. The old divides, Ironborn and Greenlander, Godshorn and refugee, grew faint, replaced by a patient, polyglot kinship. The greatest innovation came when Mala's counselors, working with Myrish and Summer Isles traders, invented a way to store fresh water from the rains in hidden rock cisterns, ending the last fear of drought. Soon, these methods were copied across Westeros and as far as the Summer Isles. The Isles became known not only for peace, but for knowledge and invention. Their best navigators and healers were welcomed in every major city. Their poets and cooks found new fame from White Harbor to Sunspear. Yet the peace was not perfect. Twice during Mala's rule, storms and accidents brought tragedy. A warehouse fire in Black Tide, a shipwreck off Orkmont. Each time the Isles responded as one. Every hand offered, every skill shared, every sorrow made lighter by the songs and bread and stories of a whole community. When a long, lean winter left the north hungry, Mala herself sailed up the White Knife, bringing flour, dried fish, and seeds. She spent weeks there, living among the Northerners, listening to their tales and learning their ways, forging new bonds that would last another generation. When she returned, her ship was heavy with thank-you gifts: wool, timber, and a pack of northern hounds who became legends in the Isle's gardens and kitchens. As she aged, Mala remained tireless. She worked in the gardens with her grandchildren and orphans, presided over marriages and festivals, wrote letters to every learning hall, and shared bread and stories with strangers at every table. She refused titles, asked for no songs in her honor, and told the assembly again and again that their strength lay not in her, but in each other. When she passed, the Isle's mourning was gentle and wide. Lanterns set afloat, hands joined in gardens and on boats, every voice singing old lullabies and new hymns to peace. The circlet was left in the hearth, guarded for a week by the children of the poorest families, then raised by a chorus of voices: a farmer's child, a summer Isles apprentice, an old iron-born woman, a healer from Volantis. The assembly met once more, the lanterns drifting far into the night. The next leader would be chosen from among those whose hands had touched the most lives. The Isles had learned, in Mala's time, that their greatest inheritance was not wealth or tradition, but the courage to endure, to change, and above all, to care. And so, as dawn broke and the boats put out to sea, the story went on, of a people who, from the storm's edge, had made themselves a home of hope, and whose every harvest and festival and act of mending renewed the promise that peace, like the tide, could be remade each day forever, in the hearts and hands of all who cherished the sea. N.K. Kamenichan. The year after Mala's passing saw the Iron Islands at the height of their strange peaceful prosperity, and yet the assembly gathered in anxious silence beneath the blue and cloudless sky. For all the flowers blooming on Harlaw's meadows and the laughter drifting from Saltcliff's docks, the world beyond the horizon felt more uncertain than ever. Trade wars in the east, failed harvests in the south, a resurgence of banditry in the rivers that fed the mainland's wealth. The Isles had become a haven, perhaps the last one in the west, and all knew how easily a haven could become a target. This assembly was the most crowded in memory. Lanterns floated in every fountain, banners hung from every window. The hearths, steps swarmed with children of every hue and language, apprentices from the learning halls, sailors home from distant voyages, and elders who remembered hunger and iron, fire and frost. The air buzzed with 1,000 worries, but also with hope. If any place could weather the coming years, surely it would be this one, where peace and kinship were rooted deeper than the salt rocks themselves. The candidates were the youngest yet, 3 not yet 20, and none over 40. There was Rika, the granddaughter of Innes, a baker and boatwright, known for coaxing the highest yields from the floating gardens, and for turning every quarrel in the market to laughter. Tormund Pike, a sailor and storyteller, half ironborn, half northerner, whose tall tales were rivaled only by his talent for negotiating with foreign traders. Isat, a healer's child, whose parents had come from Liss, famed for running clinics and soup kitchens from Blackdyed to Old Wick, and for always walking home after midnight to tend every lost animal or sick child. And finally, Mara the scribe, whose journals of daily island life, painstakingly written, lovingly illustrated, had become the Isle's common memory, copied and sung and traded as far as Bravos. But as the assembly's debates grew more urgent, a new voice emerged from the crowd. Saro, called the Sea Mender, was a tall, gentle man, rarely seen in council, but known to every shipwright, cobbler, and child. Born in a storm on a broken boat between Old Wick and Pike, he had been raised in the hearth and apprenticed as a tailor, then as a weaver, then as a sailmaker and healer. In the hard years, he'd helped devise the sails that could hold in hurricane winds. In the lean years, he'd taught the learning halls how to mend with scraps and patience. When asked to run for leadership, he'd replied, "I have no words to lead, but I have time to mend what is torn." And yet when Mara the scribe nominated him, the assembly roared approval. The vote was not close. Lanterns flashed on every tier as Saro was called forward, hands shaking. He did not kneel, nor raise the circlet himself. Instead, he took a needle and thread from his sleeve, knelt to mend a child's torn shoe, and only then accepted the circlet from Mara, promising to carry it as lightly and carefully as he did his tools. Sarrow's reign began as he had promised, with mending, of shoes and boats, but also of trust. He did not speak often in assembly, but his presence calmed every quarrel. He worked through every night of that first summer, fixing nets with fishers on Salt Cliff, teaching children to patch cloaks in the learning halls, helping traders repair wagons and shipwrights to design better storm anchors. His council was a patchwork too. Rika the baker, Tormund the storyteller, Isat the healer, Mara the scribe, and a rotating seat for any apprentice who wished to learn or teach. The rule was simple: every voice, every hand, every heart, mended, not broken. The first test came not from pirates or famine, but from a drought worse than any in 3 generations. The floating gardens shrank, and the grain stores ran low. News arrived of hunger in the Reach, in Dorne, and even in the north. The assembly met in anxious murmurs. Some urged closing the harbors, saving every seed for their own. Others called for sending what they could spare, as Mala had done in winters past. Sarrow listened, then stood before the hearth's fire with a single loaf of bread and a mended cloak. If we eat and another starves, we are no better than raiders. But if we share, our hands will learn new ways, and our hunger will be mended by kinship. The vote was close, but the assembly chose generosity. Every ship sailed with a ration of flour, seeds, dried fish, and letters of encouragement, each one stitched with a patch of Isles cloth, proof that what was given came from hands, not only from stores. The world responded in kind. The Reach sent fruit and grain the next season. The North sent hounds and wool. Dorne sent wine and medicine, and Bravos sent gold and glass. The Isle's reputation as a land of generosity, never lavish, but always fair, became legend. The learning halls grew busier than ever. Every child now learned to mend first, to garden and to cook, to listen as much as to speak. The assembly's archives overflowed with stories of kindness and small invention. A weaver who saved a village by building new rain collectors from scraps. A child who taught her friends to fish in the new pools dug on Pike's cliffs. But not all was ease. Bandits, driven by hunger or hope, began raiding the westernmost floating gardens. The Isle's response was never simple violence. Sarrow, Rika, and Isat traveled to the raiders' camps, offering food, tools, and lessons in return for peace. Some refused and were turned away. Most accepted, and in time the bandits became gardeners, menders, even teachers in the learning halls. One winter, a fire broke out in the hearth. The assembly's archives, songs, and memories were nearly lost. It was the children who saved the day, running with buckets and wet cloaks, carrying books and scrolls to safety. Mara the scribe spent months with the apprentices, restoring what was lost by memory, song, and patchwork. The Isles wept together, and the next festival of lanterns honored not leaders or heroes, but every hand that had helped save a word, a story, or a friend. Sarrow's later years were marked by invention. With help from Myrish and Lyseni engineers, he designed sails that could harvest dew, nets that caught rain, and cloaks woven from the hair of sheep crossed with Summer Isles goats. The Isles learned to make vinegar from sea plants, to build windmills on every island, to store sun heat in the rocks for long winters. The floating gardens grew taller, multi-layered, filled with shade and birdsong, a paradise tended by every child and elder. Yet through every new season, Sarrow remained what he had always been, a mender, a listener, a gentle hand at the edge of every quarrel. When he died, it was as quietly as he had lived, at his workbench, patching a child's doll, the circlet beside him, a last lantern burning on the window. His funeral was the simplest yet. The circlet was carried by his apprentices through every village, every hall, every field and garden, and left at last in the center of the hearth, surrounded by a circle of shoes, sails, bread, seeds, dolls, and letters. The assembly met, as always, and the next leader was chosen not for words or glory, but for their ability to mend and listen, to care and teach. The Isles, in the end, had become a tapestry of gentle strength. Their story, from krakens and war to lanterns and harvests, was now a lesson passed on to every child, every newcomer, every voice that drifted in on the tide. That peace, like a patched sail or a mended net, endures when every hand helps make it whole. And so, as the dawn broke again and lanterns danced across the harbor, the Iron Islands sailed ever onward, undaunted, unbroken, their sails patched and strong, their hearts opened to the endless sea. Y.K. The Iron Islands had always belonged to the tide, and as Sero the Sea Mender's lantern faded into memory, the assembly gathered for the dawn, finding the hearth already humming with new life. Dew clung to the riot of wildflowers on the green roof, and the sounds of mending and laughter rose from the kitchens and gardens, echoing down to the harbor where children helped fishermen patch nets and sailors taught songs to the children of the last arriving Myrish traders. Every year since Mala's time, the hearth's garden had grown a little wilder, its vegetables mixing with vines and roses, its paths crossed by stray cats, working folk, and more birds than even the oldest islander remembered. This time, the circlet passed not to a captain or healer, but to a woman called Fela. She was known to all, tall and sun-browned, hair threaded with bits of cord and colored string, hands toughened by years as a rope maker and spinner. Fela had been born on Orkmont in a hut built from shipwreck, the daughter of a trader from the Summer Isles and a pike fisher's widow. She had no formal schooling but could splice and mend anything, and spoke 3 tongues. Her voice was deep and low, rarely raised in anger, but always the first to cut short a quarrel in the market, or ease the fears of a lost child. Her nomination had been a formality, and the assembly chose her quickly, if only because half the apprentices and children had already woven her name into the boats, sails, and baskets that circled the hearth. When Fela accepted the circlet, she said only, "If I falter, mend me as I have mended you. If I serve well, let it be as one rope holds another, not for pride, but for the work." The first season of Fela's reign was restless, with omens on every wind. The world beyond the Isles was not at peace. A new lord in the north, proud and suspicious of outsiders, closed some of the trade roads that had fed both realms for a century. The free city sent fewer ships. Drought stalked the lands east of the sea, and bandits moved westward, driving refugees and desperate wanderers toward the island's green hope. The assembly was divided. Some, remembering the hunger of past generations, called for closed harbors and stricter laws. Others, led by Fela's oldest friend, a gray-haired weaver and orphan from Saltcliffe, argued that the Isles had survived worst by opening their hands, not clenching them. The debate ran long, but Fela herself sat quietly, spinning rope and listening to every voice. When her answer came, it was simple. "We are made of strands, not walls," she said at last, holding up a line of knotted cord. "A net with holes catches nothing. A rope twisted too tight will break. Let us trust our mending more than our fear." Then, her solution was both practical and bold. Every harbor would remain open, but each new arrival must spend a season working in the gardens, fields, or learning halls. Old hands taught new ones. In exchange, every skilled newcomer would teach a craft, recipe, or story from home. Within a month, the markets filled with new cheeses, strange fruits, new ways to cure fish and tan leather, new songs in the evening air. The floating gardens gained not only laborers, but new varieties of rice and lotus. The children, as always, adapted first, running in multilingual packs from village to village, learning new games and words faster than the elders could count. But Fela was not naive. She quietly expanded the Isles Guard, not as warriors, but as mediators and teachers in every port and market. She trained a band of listeners, trusted men and women who carried news from every corner, who could sense the first rumors of unrest and answer them with a patient ear, a patch, a loaf of bread, or a warning before trouble could grow. The first true test came with autumn. A band of raiders, exiles from the war-torn rivers, landed at Saltcliffe, intent on seizing the floating granaries. The people of Saltcliffe, rather than arming for a battle, stood on the docks and offered bread and water. The raiders, ragged and hungry, were brought before the assembly. Fela sat them down, listened to their leader's tale, and asked, "Can you mend nets? Can you plant or teach or tell a story?" Some spat and refused, but most, worn thin by years of flight, accepted. They became the Isle's newest apprentices, their anger soothed by bread and honest work. For those who could not or would not change, the assembly judged firmly but fairly. Exile, with food and safe passage, but no place at the table until their hearts could turn. The lessons were not lost. Within the year, the raiders' children had become the best gardeners on Black Tide, and the leader himself became known for teaching orphans how to splice rope. Fela's second great challenge came not from men, but from the sea. That winter, a succession of storms battered the Isles, so fierce that even the most seasoned fishers called it the three-headed kraken. Docks and gardens were ruined, houses swept away on Old Wick, 2 small islets lost beneath the waves. The assembly met every night, sharing food and warmth, sending rescue teams to the hardest-hit places. The floating gardens were mended, boats rebuilt, every child accounted for by the last storm's end. The scars of the storm became a mark of unity. The New Year's festival was a week of mending. Every village sent gifts of rope, wood, seeds, and stories to the others. Old grudges melted as the people of Pike ate food sent from Orkmont, and Saltcliffe's elders slept in beds built by strangers from Black Tide. Fela herself spent the festival traveling, weaving a rope as long as the island chain, each child she met adding a knot, bead, or scrap of colored cloth. The peace held, and with each season, the Isle's tapestry grew richer. Fela's counselors, a Bravo Sea cook, a farmer's daughter from Dorne, a scholar from the Summer Isles, and the gray-haired weaver, became the new models of leadership. Humble, expert, always ready to teach or mend, never far from the work. The learning halls grew more inventive, combining old skills and new science. Solar ovens, wind-powered water pumps, greenhouses of Mirish glass, where rare fruits grew in winter. The assembly, always noisy, grew even more open. Children and new arrivals debated the old faiths with priests and sailors, argued over whether kraken bread should be spiced or plain, and told the tales of how the Isles had turned raiders and exiles into gardeners and kin. Laws were passed that every village must offer a seat at council to a stranger, that no child could go hungry when another had bread, that any festival or project must include both the newest and the oldest hands. The world took note. The Isle's fame as a realm of mending, peace, and invention spread across the seas. Healers came from Volantis, glassblowers from Bravos, scholars from Old Town. When a fire gutted half a port on the mainland, it was the Isle's rope makers, builders, and children who helped rebuild. When famine struck in the far north, Fela herself led a fleet with flour, salt, and seeds, returning with songs, new weaving patterns, and a promise that the kraken's arms would never again reach only for plunder. Yet, Fela's greatest joy was always the quiet moments. Teaching a child to twist rope, sharing a meal with an outcast, watching the festival lanterns, more each year, float past the green chain of islands out into the vast forgiving sea. When age slowed her, she handed more duties to her counselors and spent more time in the gardens and rope walks, always with a string in her hands and a child at her side. In her final days, she slept beneath the hearth's roof, the great garden blooming above, lanterns glowing all night at her window. At her funeral, the rope she had woven, now years in the making, bright with hundreds of knots, shells, and beads, was carried from village to village, each person touching it, each child adding to it. The circlet was placed beside the rope in the garden, and the assembly met again, not in haste or fear, but with gentle patience. The next leader would be chosen by hands that had learned to mend and hearts that had learned to listen. And as the new year dawned and the tide turned again, the Isles greeted it not as a kingdom, nor even as a council, but as a great ever-mending family, a people who had woven themselves whole with every labor, every kindness, every dawn. And so the story flowed on. Patchwork, beautiful, unbroken, across the endless sea. Yeah, K. And spring found the Iron Islands draped in wildflowers and lantern light, the air on Pike's Heights sweet with new earth, salt and smoke from the festival ovens. The sea, dark and blue as old glass, heaved in gentle tides below, and in every cove the voices of children echoed with song. The floating gardens gleamed in green ribbons across the water, thriving after a mild winter. Old and new, stranger and kin, gathered in the hearth and along the market roads to witness the assembly's first meeting since Fella's passing. The rope she had woven in her last years, knotted with beads, shells, scraps of every island's color, hung from the eaves of the hearth, brushed by every hand entering the forum. The circlet, now softened and bright with use, lay atop the long table at the heart of the assembly, a reminder that leadership was not claimed but received and always shared. This time, the assembly's choices reflected the times. All 4 candidates were children of both sea and soil, kin to at least 2 islands, fluent in 3 tongues. There was Maeve, daughter of a Volantine scribe and a Saltcliff farmer, beloved for her patient teaching in the learning halls. Naren, a black-tide diver and innovator, whose underwater gardens and new shellfish traps had fed thousands. Orlo, an apprentice cook from Pike, known for his laughter, his generous hands, and the recipes he'd woven from every festival and port. And Tessa, whose Dorn grandmother had taught her. But the favorite from the first was Syra, a slender, quick-moving woman who seemed to be everywhere, helping harvest in black-tide, weaving baskets in Saltcliff, leading songs at the hearth, repairing the sails of visiting ships, listening in every quarrel and remembering every child's birthday. She was born in a storm, on the peace of the sea, daughter of a Summer Isles trader and a healer's apprentice from Orkmont, raised on stories, rope, and tide. Syra's candidacy was whispered, not proclaimed, yet by the time her name was put forth, the lanterns in the forum flickered in quiet approval. On the morning of the choosing, Syra stood beneath the great rope, wearing only a simple green tunic, her hair braided with blue glass beads and bits of sailcloth. When the circlet was offered, she did not take it at first, but pressed her palm to the rope and turned to the assembly. "I am only one knot in what we have woven together," she said. "If I carry the circlet, let me do so as you have taught me, listening first, mending what phrase, and never pulling a single thread too tight." The vote was nearly unanimous, and Syra's first act was to declare a week of gratitude, not for herself, but for every hand and heart that kept the Isles thriving. The first challenge of Syra's rule was the strangest the Isles had faced in a generation. The world was changing. Far to the east, rising seas flooded the coastlands of Old Bravos and Mir. Rivers in the reach ran dry. The north's spring thaws came too soon and too fierce. Every port from the summer sea to the narrow sea felt the press of hunger and hope. Refugees arrived by the hundreds, then the thousands, ships battered and leaking, families clutching seeds, tools, old letters, and children whose eyes widened at the sight of green fields and open doors. At first, the Isles' customs held. Each newcomer welcomed, fed, and asked to work a season in garden or field or kitchen before choosing their next path. Syra herself met every ship, listening to each story, pairing newcomers with kin from old arrivals, arranging for work and lessons. But when the numbers grew overwhelming and hunger nipped even the floating gardens, the old debate returned. Some called for a pause, fearing that the fragile balance would tip. Others argued for more invention, more sharing, more gardens, more labor. Syra listened to both, then gathered the assembly in the open, the lanterns burning all night as wind and rain swept the forum. After hours of stories and tears, Syra asked each island to adopt a sister isle or a port on the mainland, sharing not only food, but teaching, seed, and invention, and asking the same in return. She opened the learning halls to the elders and newcomers, beginning a festival of exchange apprenticeships. The floating gardens were doubled, their new designs drawn by Naren, and tended by every child and newcomer willing to learn. And when the floating gardens could not stretch further, Cyrus' council, now led by Maeve, Tessa, Orlo, and Naren, proposed the next great project: living reefs. The Isles' best divers, builders, and healers worked with Summer Isles fishers and Volantine gardeners to seed the sea with reefs of woven rope, clay, and living coral, growing shellfish, kelp, and small fish. Every year the reefs spread, feeding not only the Isles but every hungry ship that passed. The world took note, and traders came not just for grain, but for learning, for cuttings, for small bottles of seed and hope. In this labor, Cyrus' true talent shone. Never pride, always patience. Never anger, always the gentle insistence that there was more to do, more to mend, always a neighbor to feed, a song to learn, a garden to grow. As the years went by, Cyrus' rule saw the Isles become something more than a haven. They became a model. Each season, Pike's harbors filled with foreign boats, emissaries from the north, stewards from Dorne, students from King's Landing and the Free Cities, even strangers from lands beyond the summer sea, all come to see the floating gardens, to join in festival, to watch the assembly at work. New faiths and old blended. The priests of the drowned god sang alongside healers and gardeners. New rituals grew, in which the old kraken and the new lantern became one symbol: protection and hope, the arms that held and the light that called home. At every festival, the rope was carried from hand to hand, every new child weaving in a thread, every elder tying a knot for memory. In hard times, when a red tide spoiled half a harvest or a fire swept an island's docks, Cyrus traveled with her council from village to village, mending, listening, sitting at the fire with elders and children alike. She learned new crafts, wrote new songs, and never made a law without a dozen voices to shape it. But she never claimed credit. When a foreign king offered her gold for a fleet of garden ships, she sent him home with only a box of seeds and a letter inviting his people to the next festival. When a band of exiles tried to stir unrest among hungry apprentices, she invited them to lead the assembly's next debate. The trouble faded, the apprentices returned to their gardens, and the exiles found themselves teaching rope-making and kelp-growing to their former rivals. Her reign saw the Isles' greatest inventions: wind-powered mills on every island, rain-catchers on every roof, new kinds of net, and lumen oven. The universities grew, not in stone but in greenhouses and market stalls. Each festival a symposium, each apprentice a teacher, as well as a learner. By Cyrus' 15th year, the Isles' learning halls had become the beating heart of half a world's hope. Their graduates, called voyagers still, taught in every major city, and every festival saw new faces, new voices, new tales. In old age, Cyrus grew thin and slow, but her laughter and gentle hand endured. She gave more work to her council, spent more hours with the rope in her lap, listening to stories and tying each new thread in place. When she died, her funeral was a week of planting and song, each island setting a lantern adrift with a promise to keep mending, to keep listening, to keep feeding every hunger that could be named. The assembly met again, the rope and circlet at the center, every hand called to touch them, every child to add a thread or a hope or a wish. The next leader would be chosen, as always, by the work of hands and the strength of kinship. The Isles, bound in rope and lantern light, sailed on, not as a kingdom, but as a patchwork people, woven and unwoven, remade with every storm and every dawn. So it was that the Iron Islands, once the terror of the West, became the world's garden, rooted, enduring, and forever tending the fragile, stubborn hope that peace could outlast even the oldest salt and the deepest tide.